Wonderful list of speakers and panelists. So welcome to the ASA's 40th Anniversary Scientific Technical Conference 2023. It's been a 40-year journey. Good. Okay. It's been a 40-year journey. We'd like to acknowledge all the folks who put this thing together. It's a big crew of people. First, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Cal State University Northridge, Armenian Studies. Been a big part in helping putting a lot of this together, funded quite a bit of this too. Of course, the Orchard Conference Center at CSUN, so thank you guys and thank all the crew and staff back there who are putting together the foods and the tables and the chairs and helping us set all this up. And our committee members, so I don't know if you guys are here in this room or if you guys can hear us, maybe just take a quick bow. If you guys could stand up briefly, just so people could acknowledge you. No one here? No one wants to be acknowledged? All right, they're all shy. It's okay. There are actually a couple of them are right here in the front. There's probably some people in the back putting in, registering everybody in. But anyway, we're glad you're all here and glad you guys can help us out with this. So first off, we want to bring up Dr. Vahram Shemasian. He's going to be, he's actually a professor and director of Armenian Studies program at the Department of Modern and Classical Languages and Literatures here at CSUN. So I'm going to bring him up for a few words. Please give him a round of applause.
Հայ լույս, բարի եկած եք, հուսամ ամեն բան ամեն մարդ լավ է, ուրախ է, ինչպես սա անունս Վահրամ Շեմասյան է և ես աստեղի հայկական ուսման ծրագրի վարիչն եմ, ինչպես նաև դասախոսը։ Չեմ կերեցես մե ոմանք եթե ստիսան եկած են և աստեղն ավարտած են, ձանոտ տերմքեր չեմ դեսներ, որոնք հետս դաս արած են, հուսամ որ այդ ալ կդեսնենք։ Good morning and welcome. Let me begin by giving a synopsis of the Armenian presence on our campus. The California State University Northridge CSUN annually boasts between 3,500 and 4,000 students of Armenian descent, who constitute 8 to 10% of the university's total student population. This concentration of Armenian students is the highest among full-fledged universities in the world outside of Yerevan State University. Having said this, a tangible number of non-Armenian students similarly enroll in Armenian classes each semester. We consider all students as future ambassadors for the Armenian cause. There are also 3 active Armenian student associations on campus, as well as some 150 Armenian faculty and staff working in the university's various departments and offices. The CSUN Armenian Alumni Network is our new support group. Speaking of the Armenian Studies program specifically, it operates within the Department of Modern and Classical Languages and Literatures, as it was said, offering courses dealing with language, culture, contemporary issues, the Armenian American child, the changing roles of Armenian women, and so on. But what exactly do we teach our students through those courses? Here are our 10 commandments. First, how to think freely without bridles and constraints, even though one may have or belong to an organization with an ideology. In windowless bunkers, your brain waves will hit the interior walls and come back to disfigure your being. Crack those walls and shine new light on your intellect, imagination, and creativity. Second, pierce your Armenian cocoon, Hozaga, fly the world over, observe how other peoples live and do, consider what applies and what does not apply to you, and return to your Armenian self in order to fashion a new existence for the nation. Be part of a healthy renaissance that we all crave. Third, erase the unnecessary things that you have been taught so far and fill the tabula rasa or partial through a fresh prism in order not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Fourth, understand that in order to defend and protect your national home, you have to be realistic, objective, and calculating without scruples. Delete the words romanticism and idealism from your dictionary. The only ism that you should embrace is collective self-interestism. Of course, this word doesn't exist, I just created. Fifth, balance your act among the carnivores roaring from the north, south, east, and west. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Sixth, transform yourself into a hedgehog or porcupine, Wozni, when exterior foes try to harm you. Seventh, understand that the common good is the basis of the individual good. Usurpation, avariciousness, theft, and total disregard for collective rights and prosperity throw the nation and the homeland into an abyss from which it may be impossible to regain your identity and have a place under the sun. 8, reformat yourself as an Armenian with such dignity and moral fortitude that will free you from being a street lowlife. Intolerance and dirty language do not solve problems. On the contrary, they make matters worse. 9th, try to give in order to receive. We too often cry for assistance from others when we do not have anything to show for in return. It is true that Armenia is not very rich in natural resources to engage in political barter trade, but the Armenians have the capacity and ability to offer services that are needed worldwide. And do not despair even under the direst situations. Be positive, uplifting to others as well, and carry on the torch. This is what the AESA and Armenian Studies program is all about. This is what we disseminate. This is what we impart. This is what we teach. Thank you for listening to this short pep talk. Welcome again. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. All right, you guys, let's move on. So next up, we're gonna start our speaker series. We have next up Dr. Didan Alpelyan. Dr. Didan Alpelyan, hopefully he's in the room. He is a distinguished professor of material science and engineering at the University of California, Irvine, my alma mater, Zat. He probably didn't get that reference. And he's a director of Advanced Casting Research Center at UCI. He's a senior advisor at the Dean of Engineering. He's also provost emeritus and founding director of the Metal Processing Institute at WPI in Worcester, Massachusetts. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Didan Alpelyan.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Can you have a proper site? I actually, I'm usually used to using my own laptop, but this is all set up ahead of time. Is my slide deck here? First one, yeah. We're doing this because of the people on Zoom, right?
Yep, exactly. Let me just make sure.
How many people we have on Zoom?
Few.
Just 2?
Oh, there's a few. They're coming in. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong one. My mistake.
I'd be happy to give you a talk, but you probably wouldn't like it. Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Go ahead.
too. So,
You know how to switch.
yeah, good.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me all right? Good. Happy to be here. But before I get started, I just want to say that it's really, really critical and important that Armenian scientists, engineers support each other, help each other, be there for each other. The more recent events, what's happening in our homeland, has made me actually quite sad that we are not only what's happened, it's just we just haven't been relevant. It hardly got the news. So we can believe whatever we believe, but we really have to support each other and help each other and believe in each other. So I'm here. I wanted to state that. And I love those other 10 commandments, which I hadn't heard. And if it's published anywhere, I'd like to know where they are. They're pretty good. No? Oh, you're going to keep it to yourself, huh? Okay, we'll invite you over, then we'll hear it again. So what I want to do this morning is really talk about what I do, metal processing, material processing. But I think all of you know that it's difficult to put together a presentation when you don't really know your audience. I mean, one of the things we teach at the university is that when you're giving a talk, make sure you know who you're talking to, who's your audience. So I did my best by putting together what I thought if I were sitting here and I pretended that I was either a graduate student or somebody who is fairly new in the field, just getting out. So I thought I'd just share my story and what I do. But that doesn't define me, right? So the title is Metal Processing, Emerging Trends. It's already been stated, I'm at the University of California, Irvine, but I've only been here about 4 years, 4.5 years. Well, come on. That's why I always like to use my own laptop. This thing is not working, guys. Why do we have to do it this way? Can I use my own laptop? How many people you have on Zoom?
Yeah, a lot of people, but we can connect you to Zoom also. Just we'll take a minute.
Yeah, but if it works, I'll do it, but it's not working. And you know, it really messes up your presentation.
But this thing is in the way. Working now. Okay, it's fine. There was a Zoom prompt in front of it that had to.
Okay. All right. So a little bit about myself. I was not born here. I was born in Cairo, Egypt. My dad at the time was working with the British Army in North Africa at the end of the war. Then I went to, well, things fell apart in Egypt. As you know, the king was deposed. My dad's company was taken over. So we went to Lebanon through Italy because my mom's family is from Milano, Armenian Italians. And then I went to Jemaran for 5 years, had an amazing education there. And at the age of 15, we came to America. Didn't speak much English, spoke French, Italian, Armenian, Arabic. And it was a tough road, 10th grade in high school, no money, very little. It was a difficult period, but like all of us have a story, with resiliency, and failure is not an option. With hard work, you get going. I got into Drexel University because it was a co-op school, and I could afford to go to school that way. And then from there, went to MIT, got a scholarship there. Then I went to industry. I thought that's the last thing I thought I'd be as an academic. I worked in industry for about 6 years. Then I was asked by Drexel University to come in as an assistant professor, which I did. And the rest is history. I became department head there, then vice provost of the whole university. Then I became provost at WPI. And then I got recruited at University of California, Irvine. So I think all of us have a story like this. And the reason I'm sharing it is because I want you to know that I've been there and I know what it's like. I've had a lot of experience over the years, industrial experience, and I'll tell you about the consortium that I lead. It's about 42 corporations that are members of this consortium, but has given me the opportunity to interface with CEOs and CTOs over the last 30 years. And I've had a lot of administrative roles at the university and have been involved in founding of two corporations or companies. Ascent Elements is a pretty well-established lithium-ion battery recycling company. It's about $1 billion industry, right? $1 billion company. And Solvus Global is in the area of additive manufacturing and recycling as well. My family and I have been very involved with my friends. That's Michael Agajanian on the far top left. The two of us, we started the Armenia Project Center at WPI, where about 30 students go there every year in a variety of different projects, all humanitarian, society driven. So we're very invested in these things. In terms of family, we have 5 grandkids my wife and I are there with the 5 grandkids and our 2 daughters, Tenny and Lara. Some of you may know about Tenny. She's the soprano in the Zulal group, and they'll be here in February in Southern California performing. Okay, retrospective view. Things that we have done in the last 20 years or so that you will see how it has an effect in terms of metal and material processing, more from outcomes and results. One of them, as simple as it sounds, is aluminum foil. Every one of you uses this, right? To make aluminum foil, you have to have metal that is really, really clean. I don't mean clean from a sanitation point of view. I mean clean in the terms of no dross, no inclusions, no oxides, no second phase particles, because you got to take this liquid metal and roll it. After it freezes, you got to roll it down to very, very thin foil. And if you have any inclusions or any particles in it, you know, it's like having dough that has a lot of particles in it. When you're opening it up, it opens up, right? So it's got to be clean. So we actually developed liquid metallurgical processing technologies to separate out at high temperatures phases that are the culprits, filtration processes, centrifugal force, just separation technologies in general. So we got a lot of patents on this, which is my first foray into the world of material processing. The other one, which is about now almost 30 years, 25, 30 years, when Audi first came with the all aluminum car. Some of you in the room are old enough to remember that cars in the old days were a lot of chrome and steel, heavy. Today, with lightweighting, it's mostly all aluminum. It's about 600 pounds of aluminum in every car today on the average. So we got involved in development of the alloys themselves. So every Audi out there has a couple of alloys that we've developed, Maximal and Silifant, and we got involved in the development of these materials. Another one that I take a lot of pride in is fixocasting, which means a lot of different things, but when you have liquid metal and you're pouring into a cavity for it to solidify, it's all in the liquid state. But when you bring it down, these are alloys, of course, not pure metals. When you bring down the temperature below the liquidus, below the freezing point, you enter a region that we call the mushy region, where you have solid and liquid coexisting. And the solid that coexists is not planar, but rather dendritic. So you have, say, 50% solid, 50% liquid, and the solid is in dendritic form. So it holds itself pretty well. So it has, it doesn't flow. So when it's half frozen, it doesn't flow. But what we do is we break up the dendritic structure. We essentially make an emulsion and create a non-Newtonian fluid. it can be shear thinning or shear thickening depending on the rate, but essentially will flow. So imagine taking something that's liquid, freezing it halfway, where it's half solid, and by applying the processing techniques where you break up and create an emulsion, you can actually cast it and flow it. So all of these camera parts that you see here, and many other components, I'm only showing these, are made by this process. It's called thixotropic casting. The metaphor of this would be if you have one of these Japanese gel pens, you know, where you write with it, what comes out of it is not ink. It's a gel. So similarly, in the metal world, we're trying to make a a gel out of this alloy, so you can actually write with it. The implication is, which actually we're working on now, which I cannot show it to you here because I don't have the data. We're working on additive manufacturing by this process, you know. Another one that is very dear to my heart is we have so much scrap that we are producing that we need to recover and reuse these. And we've developed a process for sorting as well as laser-induced spectroscopy, breakdown spectroscopy, to recognize what the composition is, essentially tweak the soup to make the alloys that you need to make. So essentially taking all the scrap, recovering, reusing it, and creating value out of it. All right, so that's retrospective view. Things that we have, I just picked a few to highlight the kinds of outcomes and impact that one can have through materials processing. So that was more of a retrospective view. But looking ahead in a more prospective view, and we were just talking about this a little bit briefly with Karine, sustainable development in this 21st century is going to be probably one of the, we have many challenges, but it's going to be one of the large challenges, huge challenges that we're facing. We entered the 20th century with 1.6 billion people, and we exited the 20th century and entered the 21st century with 6.1 billion people. So in 100 years, went from 1.6 to 6.1 billion people. Today, I think you know the numbers are more like 9 billion. So consumption, all of the basic needs of our society, whether it's energy, food, water, housing, mobility, health, requires materials. And with just the numbers I just gave you, with the increase in population, and we love people, but you know, we're using stuff. But the things that we used to do in the old days, and I was not around 200-300 years ago, but I know about it, and what we're doing today are dramatically different. I'll just call it the old days. The old days, people wore shoes that when the shoe got worn out, they got it resoled. They took it someplace and somebody put a new sole underneath. I still remember my dad used to have shirts made back in Lebanon where it would come with 2 collars and 2 cuffs. So when the collar got worn out, you would replace it. You asked the freshman class coming in, how many of you have resoled your shoes? They have no idea what I'm talking about. All right. And I'm sure you all remember how your grandma or your grandparents cooked in the kitchen. Nothing was thrown away. So we're not doing things the way that we should be doing. It's partly culture, right? Marketing culture. But I think you can see that the basic needs of our society, these are sort of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but doesn't have in it, for example, just as important things like dignity, civility, things are not included. This is about energy, water, food, basic needs, all require materials. Now, the picture is not very good. Last year or this year, 59 gigatons of carbon equivalent was put out in the planet Earth. But if you go back to, and this is the most recent data, right? 2020, 2021. If you go back 20 years ago, 2000, that was more like, 30 or 1995, 35 gigatons. So going from 35 gigatons to almost 60 gigatons, that's a huge, huge increase. So many of the processes that we use to make these things, the materials, require energy and production of carbon footprint. And in case if you want to look at the breakdown, just the industrial part, iron, steel, cement, and aluminum is like half of it, half of all the industrial 12 gigatons. So we got to pay attention to where we can make an impact. And we've done that. So we're looking at all of these areas. Cement is another one that we're actually working on. A couple of things I want to share with you because it's not the kind of data that you see too often. It's very difficult, first of all, to gather and obtain. First of all, what are we looking at? We're looking at on the axis annual production versus years. And the annual production is a whole bunch of elements: copper, gold, lead, nickel, iron, ore, diamonds. It's a bunch of stuff. They're in different colors. So if you're colorblind, I'm sorry about that, but they're all different colors. And in fact, the dimensions are varied. Copper is in kilotons, gold is in tons, bauxite is in megatons, so it's different amounts. But nevertheless, what you see is that as time goes by, the annual production of all these elements remember, this is the Industrial Revolution era, World War I, World War II, and look what's happening in the last 20, 25 years. And I don't have the more recent data, but this is only 2010. I can tell you that I know it's much, much higher. So this production of these materials is really going up, But where do they come from? They don't come from Home Depot. You got to go and dig up the earth, get the ores out. For example, aluminum is aluminum oxide, bauxite, which is Al2O3. Iron ore is Fe2O3, Fe3O4, magnetite or hematite. These are all oxides mostly, covalently bonded. So you got to put a lot of energy into it, either through heat, pyro, or electricity, electrometallurgy, or hydro with water to break down the bonds. You got to put energy into it to break down the bonds and get the elements out. But you got to dig out the ores. Now, the ore has a certain grade. If it's a high-grade ore, you don't have to dig so much out. The ore grade is also going down. So we're at a point now where we're digging so much stuff out to get a few pounds or kilograms of that element, which is obviously not, whenever you have two things going in two opposite directions, obviously it's not sustainable. Specific examples: computer chip back in 1980s, it had 11 elements. 1990s, 15. Today, about 52 elements in a computer chip. Your iPhone has about 57 elements of the periodic table. So we're using most of the periodic table. And these are elements that are not abundant. I mean, if you look at the abundant materials, elements, it's silicon, aluminum, iron, magnesium, but all the lanthanides, particularly at the very bottom there, the rare earth elements, when you have recycling rates of less than 1%, it's not tenable. Yeah. Thank you. That's good. Thank you so much. Whatever you did it, okay. I'm going to ask you to come back again. I don't think it's working now. I'm sorry about this. I'm used to a Mac and I'm used to my own laptop. So I feel like I'm using somebody else's car. There you go. So it's not tenable, as you can see the numbers. 1% recycling rate for rare earth elements just doesn't make any sense. So, all right, so that's the bad news. So what are we doing about it? Actually, there's some things that are going on. One of them is designing and manufacturing components with recycling in mind from day one. From day one. Today, most of the products that are made, recycling and recovery is not thought about at the beginning. Somebody else does it and worries about it, you know. In fact, in Europe, there are some policies that are coming in place where the producers of a component have to be responsible for the recovery and reuse of that component. Meaning, at the end of life, they have to take it back. So imagine the car that you buy. That's your car. You own it. You paid for it. At the end of life, you have to worry about how to get rid of it. But imagine if it was a service contract. At the end of life, you have to give it back to wherever you got it from. The producer then has to disassemble it, recover it, reuse it. They would design things differently. Okay, so we have a company that we started, my students and I, which this is the Acid Elements one. We're taking lithium-ion batteries, and breaking it down, and taking the cathode, which has a nickel, the cobalt, the moly, and remaking, recovering and reusing, remaking new cathodes, which actually have better performance than the virgin material. You can read more about it. I put the website URL, universal code there. You can look at that later. Another company, and this company is doing amazing stuff. Another company is Solvus Global, where Valis, Emily Molstad, one of my past students, is the CEO. They're using artificial intelligence to take all the various alloys of scrap and blending it to make the new material. So there's a lot going on in materials processing. It's a very exciting area. What I'm doing at UCI presently, I live in my team lives in 3 different worlds, but they're all connected. One is the additive manufacturing world. Forget about all these are all the funding agencies and what we do. The other one is the metal casting, where you start with liquid metal and you end up with a component. But I'm going to show you some examples of what are some of the exciting things that are happening in this field, as well as here as well. So additive manufacturing is I think, I don't know my audience, but additive manufacturing is, you have subtractive, where you're machining. Additive is where you're adding things gradually. In a big picture, this is the most efficient way of doing it. You take liquid metal, you pour into a cavity, it takes a shape of what you're trying to make, you're done. Here, you have to take the liquid metal, atomize it into small little powders, and then collect all these powders. They have to be sealed so they don't get oxidized. So there are a lot of logistic issues. And then you got to take these powders and glue them together, either using, not glue, using lasers, electron beam. So when you do the life cycle energy balance, this doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. But it's extremely convenient because you can make things that you could not do this way. But there may be a different way of doing it in a much more economical and more sustainable way, which I'll get to in a minute. The other area that we work in is nascent area, emerging area. These are called high entropy alloys, complex, concentrated alloys. And again, I don't know my audience, but most of the alloys that we all use today are based on a solvent-solute paradigm. You have aluminum and you put a little bit of silicon, a little bit of copper, a little bit of mag. You have iron, molten iron, you put a little bit of carbon. Most of the steel we use has 0.08% carbon. So there's a solvent and a solute, a little bit of the stuff. The high entropy alloys is where you take, say you have 100 atoms, 20 of them are atom A, 20 of them not weight percent, atom percent. 20 of them are atom A, 20 of them are atom B, 20 of them are atom C, and 20 of them atom D, etc. You mix them together. It's like a neurotic alloy, right? It's not a solute in a solvent, but 5 different elements all combined together. So the atomic architecture is very different. The strengthening mechanisms that dominate, that contribute to the performance of the material are very, very different. And we're really studying how to make these things and what the architecture does to the properties. So that's a big picture as to what I do at UCI and my team. In terms of funding, it's fairly, it's a good, healthy amount. So it's about, 2.5 to 3 million a year basis. Much of our funding comes from the Army Research ARC, which is a DevCom from University of Michigan, Army Research Laboratories. This is CERDEP, which is a combination of Environmental Protection Agency and the Army. Department of Energy, DOE. We got a lot of money from DOE, NSF, Sandia National Laboratories, ONR, et cetera. So, if you want to get things done, what do they say? Vision without resources is hallucination. So you need the money to get these things done. You can have a lot of ideas, but you got to execute it. So the consortium that I mentioned earlier is the ACRC, the Advanced Casting Research Center, which didn't happen overnight, but today it's it's one of the largest industrial consortia in North America. It has a whole bunch of corporations involved that pay an annual dues to be a member of this consortium. And the monies go into sponsoring projects. We have 5 projects that we do. So it means 5 PhD students work in the ACRC. But what's interesting is that it brings together, it's a platform. That's what it is. It's a platform that brings together primary producers, the people who make the metal, and they go to different meetings. These guys don't go to the meetings that these guys go to. These guys here go to Society of Automotive Engineers in Detroit or other places. And they go to different meetings, but we bring them all together in a neutral terrain, right, at the university twice a year. We have meetings, the students present their work, but we have created a learning organization. So we have suppliers, we have end users, casters, but it's international. NIMAC is from Mexico, the Alpha Group is the largest foundry in the world. Magna is in Canada, Linamar is in France, Honda, Japan, Schnitzer, actually it's here in the US, Furman is in Germany, all over. But it's a really amazing organization. And the beneficiaries of this are really the students because they get to do research where they know how it's going to be utilized, who's going to benefit from it, who's the customer, and they get grilled twice a year when they come to the meetings by the industrial sector. Just a small glimpse of the last meeting we had, some of the people here. So I want to also, again, for the audience, which I don't know some of you what your backgrounds are, I want to tell you about some of the emerging things that are going on in the field. Previously, when you made a chassis for an electric vehicle 5 years ago, it would have about 42 different components that you would glue them together. When I say glue, I mean riveting or welding. Today, we're making it using in one piece. For example, here's one piece. This is just one component that used to be many, many parts all put together. And we do it by using, it's called gigacasting, where this is a 6,000 ton press. So liquid metal comes in at 150 meters a second, very high speed into a die. The die obviously is here. So it's about 3 times the height of this gentleman who's at the bottom. So we're talking about huge dies about the size, almost half the size of this room. Liquid metal going in and then freezing in about 35 to 40 seconds. And then it opens up and churns out that chassis for the car. But you got to have properties everywhere that have to be the same. You have to control the dender arm spacing, for example, everywhere. So it's a challenging thermal management problem, real engineering issue. This is September 22. Toyota's GigaPress can make a third of a car in 3 minutes. Okay, what this will do to the cost of the production of the cars and the cost of the consumer, actually. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Thank you. So this is called gigacasting. This is really revolutionizing the way we make automotive parts as well as aerospace. Wire arc additive manufacturing is, instead of taking the powder and putting it together and gluing it, you take a wire and you essentially melt the wire either through joule heating or through an arc like welding, and you make the component. So it's really digital manufacturing, and I think hopefully you should see this film. Come on, baby. Yeah. There's a movie here that shows you how that's done, but I don't know why it's not coming up. So Gardner, we're never going to do this again. I'm going to use my own laptop. Anyway. You think you can come back again and get this thing going? It should be there because it was there on what I sent.
Seems like this is just a photo.
If it is, that's not going to work. Yeah. Okay. So just trust me. What it does show is that little copper thing that you see here is melting the metal through joule heating and depositing and making a part. And if this thing was working, you would see it. But it's really cool because there's no powder involved. There's no electron beam melting. There's no laser welding together powders to make the component, but rather you're taking liquid metal and just pouring it and just writing it essentially, and making the component. So this is the next emerging area that will come in. And if you could remember what I said earlier about thixotropy and liquid metals that are in the mushy zone. So the starting material, the feedstock, could be a thixotropic metal, which would be the gel, if you will, the emulsion. So it's really exciting because it's going to revolutionize the way we make things and also be able to use scrap metal. They can just remelt and reuse it. So essentially circular economy. This is a bridge that's in Delft, actually, in north of Europe. This is all made out of stainless steel. It was made by the process that I just showed you, which you couldn't see, in 4 days. This bridge was made in 4 days. You can actually go there and see it. It's in Amsterdam. I said Delft, but it's in Amsterdam. And another process is the Speed 3D, where there's also a movie here, which is not showing, unfortunately, where we're making actually fan blades by this cold spray process. Here, there's no melting at all. Powders are going in at 300 Mach, 3 Mach, 2 to 3 Mach velocity. A lot of enthalpy is formed, and you get metallurgical bonding. So you can make parts relatively quickly and large, not small parts, large parts. Okay, next 2-3 minutes here, dilute solutions to non-dilute solutions. I wanted to just give an example of the high entropy alloys, what I said earlier in words and pictures here. This would be the solvent with solute elements in it. And this is the new picture of high entropy alloys where you have 5 different elements all put together, completely different architecture, very, very different properties. just if you look at just this one diagram here, engineering stress as a function of engineering strain, we're talking about megapascals. And this is 293 degrees Kelvin, 800 megapascal. I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, this is cryogenic temperatures. Most metals do not hold up at that temperature. So we're we're learning how the mechanisms are that are controlling the strengthening mechanisms. And they're very different between the FCC versus the BCC phases. RCC is refractory, complex, concentrated alloys and other terminology, but essentially it's a high entropy alloy. So this is much more nascent. It's not commercially ready yet, but it's a very exciting area that has tremendous hopes or tremendous opportunities for new applications. The team that obviously makes all this happen is a fairly large team, several postdocs, 12 PhD students. So, it's a pretty active group. This last weekend, went up to Lake Arrowhead Lake. They told me it was going to be an easy hike. It certainly was not an easy hike, but we made it. Yeah. So with that, I want to close by thanking you. The slides are available to everybody, and I'm sorry about the technical issues and the film and all that I was hoping that you would see. Be happy to answer any questions, and if I can't answer them, I'll
does
pass it on to
anyone
Gary, and you can
have
answer.
questions from the audience?
Hi, my name is Navir. I had a question regarding manufacturing for reliability that you mentioned it. What steps we should be taking when we're designing, and what we have to have in mind before we go into production?
Oh my God, that's a big question. Depends so much on the application and the specifics, but
Well, best practices.
best practices today are really doing a lot of interviews, a lot of discussion, getting a lot of input at the beginning. If you look at the companies like IDEO, the design company, they have a lot of focus group meetings. Just find out what the needs are, who's going to use it, who's the customer, what the issues are. Think about all that stuff at the beginning and to take that into the design process. So I was focusing more on design and manufacturing for recyclability, but yours is more the reliability and the specifics. I didn't hear it.
If you can just cover the recyclability part of it, that will be interesting too.
Sure. One of them is, how do you disassemble it? How do you take it apart? iPhone is a perfect example. As much as I love the iPhone, and we work actually with Apple, they're joining the AESA consortium. But it's a bad example to recycle an iPhone. The way we do the lithium-ion batteries today, it goes into a shredder. That's the first thing. That's the first step. And the shredder breaks it all up. If you have a battery in it, you could have an explosion. So you should take the battery out. Well, on the iPhone, to take the battery out is not a simple procedure. You have to buy a special tool on eBay to do it. It shouldn't be that way. It should be fairly simple. It's a closed box right now, and they're working on it. So on the reliability side, though, there's the thing that I didn't cover in manufacturing is non-destructive evaluation. There's a lot going on in that field, NDE or NDT, CT scanning, tomography, where you can actually see the component. It's like the MRI, of a component. So we're doing quite a bit of that today. Yeah.
So we have time for one more question.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I'm Agor Panosian. What do you see the role of artificial intelligence in all these manufacturing processes in the future?
Oh, I'm one of these big proponents. I think it's amazing what artificial intelligence can do is just fabulous. I mean, it takes a lot of data and puts it together. The dangers, however, is that you got to know what you're doing because you cannot believe everything that it puts out. So you need some you need some not artificial intelligence to be able to use artificial intelligence, if that makes any sense. So but it used properly, it's amazing, what can be done. The exciting part about AI is customization of education. The exciting part about AI is what it can do to medicine and in terms of diagnosis across the whole globe. But it has a lot of dangers as well. As long as you're aware of what they are, it should be fine. I think for us who are in academia, if I may just put my own 2 cents in this, I think we need to educate our students to be able to do things that ChatGPT cannot do. How to convene a meeting, how to hear what is not being said in a conversation, the human dimension, all the things that are, that are. So I'm a big proponent of it. I embrace it. It's here to stay, but be aware of the boundaries and the limitations, and educate the people as to what the pitfalls are, so they're aware of it. It's just like internet. I mean, there's so much garbage on the internet. Are you kidding? But you got to have the efficacy to know what is right and what is not wrong, right? Yeah, but it's here to stay. Don't fight it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Apelian. All right, so next up, we have Dr. Naira Hovakimian. Dr. Naira Hovakimian has her PhD in physics and mathematics from the Institute of Applied Mathematics from Russia Academy of Sciences. She's also currently a professor of mechanical science and engineering, and she's the director of Aviate Center at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. She's authored 2 books. She's 11 patents. She's reviewed and refereed like 450 publications, multiple awards. She's a co-founder and chief scientist of Intellinair. So please welcome Naira Hovakimian.
Share.
Mhm.
I'll take care of it. Just hide it. You just hide it, that's it. And then you're done. And no, actually, hold on. I have video, okay.
It'll go away on its own.
Okay. I wanted to minimize the video, but the video, it seems we can't minimize that. It's also distraction. Thank you everyone for having me here today. It's a great honor for me to have this opportunity to talk briefly about our recent work of the last few years. Does the microphone work? Okay. The slides don't flip. No, okay, so I moved to United States in 1998, and the first landing stop for me was Georgia Tech. I came to Department of Aerospace Engineering to work on stability proofs of adaptive flight control systems. So when I first came, so my PhD was in math, and I was first time exposed to aerospace industry, having no background similar to NASA or Boeing back from Armenia. So it was quite an eye-opening experience for me. And by then, the focus of research at Georgia Tech, in the particular group that I was affiliated with, was to ensure that the flight control systems could learn and adapt to unpredictable uncertainties. And the buzzwords that were coming across through these various meetings with Air Force and NASA, especially the ones that were funding the research, was that these systems are super powerful, safety critical, profitable, certified, and so on. It was all about this heavy artillery, heavy machinery. And as I worked 25 years in this country, the industry evolved more towards small-scale, autonomous, collaborative, human-centered, multi-agent, with the objective of reaching the consumer markets, like you see here, agriculture, emergency response. And in this process, there were lots of different things happening, but the major driver of this type of transition was the fact that the sensors were becoming cheap, the computation was becoming cheap, and one could leverage the data available from satellites up to ground sensors, have them on UAVs, and be able to learn from the data to operate some of these vehicles, especially when you talk about farming, for example. I mean, you cannot go into wind tunnel to do UAV modeling, then to offer farmer your services. It will be just unaffordable price. So you want to be able to learn from data without going through these super expensive processes. However, there are lessons to be learned, right? So as we said, these learning-based methods have demonstrated exceptional empirical performance. What you see here on the left is an animation where, for example, the humanoid robot falls, learns, collects data, crashes again, falls, learns, collects data, crashes. The cubic Rubik can get assembled, the vision-based sensors you see. However, on the other hand, we are all very well aware of some Tesla accidents that can have multitude of different reasons. But the bottom line and the key message that I want to get out is that collecting data in some of the environments can be very expensive and challenging, right? And especially doing online learning and online accommodation of different uncertainties can be catastrophic. It can cost you human lives. So when dealing with safety critical systems, it's important to understand that this is not the Atari AlphaGo game. This is something we have to be extremely careful how we design, synthesize, and how we obtain certificates for learning-enabled systems. And like Professor Abelian just said, AI is here to stay. It's not going to go away. You can't fight it, but you have to learn how to live with it, right? You go to ChatGPT, ask a question, it will come up with a list of publications for me with Nobel Prize winners, with, I don't know, Berkeley professors and so on, that I have never met them, but maybe ChatGPT thinks that I should have written a paper with these people, with these titles, and so I'm the only one who can say I've never written such a paper, right? Or you have to go additionally to Google Scholar to look for it. So what does it mean? It means it has no certificate. It produces outputs that are likely, but you never know its authenticity. So how to have certificates so that for safety critical systems, we don't make catastrophic failures? So the reality is that we deal with complex dynamics, uncertain models, uncertain environments. And on one hand, we have control theoretic tools. My background is in control theory, so if many of you are not familiar with it, these are the methods that would help you to design an autopilot for your self-driving car or the airplanes or the UAVs. So control methods are used everywhere, starting from your thermostat up to, I don't know, wash machine, dish machine, and so on. So they like to have structured models, parametric uncertainties, deterministic representations. On the other hand, we have data-driven machine learning tools that have empirical performance, and they are applicable to a wide range of models without enforcing parametric representations. They can capture stochastic uncertainties and other forms of systems. So if on one hand we have safety and robustness guarantees, although very conservative, on the other hand, we have lots of agility coming through this empirical performance. So how to bridge the divide, how to bring the two worlds together has been the focus of our research over the last few years. Whether I want or not, my PhD is in math, I have to do some math, sorry. So we start from a system and we collect data. The data helps us to build a regressor model, which we can optimize for a control policy and plug back into the system. So this is obviously a distribution-dependent pipeline because the data comes with distributions. The data distribution dependence can be featured through the system dynamics and through the data logging policy. It also depends how you collect the data, what type of sensors you use, what is the sampling rate, and so on. And that would define the distribution that you subsequently may use in the training process, in imitation learning, compute-heavy model predictive control, and so on. But when you go to the true system, so here is what's happening. You have collected the data, you have studied your training distribution, you're using it for regressor, designing the control policy, and going back to the system, the real system, there are surprises because the real system operates in environments that can quite often be unpredictable. And yet, when you have humans on these safety critical vehicles, you obviously want safety for them. So again, a little bit more math here, my apologies. So what we want kind of basically to make sure that the control design objective can be met. And the control design can be tracking given commands coming from the pilot or the human driver in the simplest scenario that you can easily associate with your daily lifestyles. So the true data that you may encounter in this process will have distribution shift as compared to the training data for which your optimized control policy has been developed. So what happens that due to these distribution shifts that we typically quantify like epistemic, aleatoric, epistemic pertains to modeling uncertainties and aleatoric pertains to environmental uncertainties that we can't deal with that very well. In business, they say exogenous, endogenous, so uncertainties are always of two types. So what happens that when the system encounters the true data, the control objective is not met, and sometimes you can end up with crashes, and you want to avoid this, right? That's why we want to come up with control methodologies that would ensure robustness to epistemic and aleatoric uncertainties such that the true data will always appear to be in a neighborhood of our training distribution. And it will be agnostic to the training distribution. So we can a priori prescribe ambiguity tubes or a domain delta, like we say, so that our controller will ensure that during the operation, my system will never leave the ambiguity tube data-wise that I have prescribed. Can we have a robust controller that can mitigate the distribution shifts, and we can control the size of the guaranteed set? This has been our control objective over the last few years, starting 2018-19 roughly. So we are interested particularly in certificates in the space of distributions so that the upstream nominal controllers can be designed with distributional robustness certificates that we can associate with the available data with its associated distribution, because having access to the true distribution is difficult to justify. We never know what will happen during the operation. So it can be very expensive and unsafe. And with only training data from the past operation simulations, we want to have safe operations for our system. So if we can produce certificates of distributional robustness, we can design robust nominal controllers that can be distributionally robust, control learning and optimization throughout the operation. Why is this important? So it can help us to enable safe use of machine learning. Going from AlphaGo to an AI plane is not a trivial step, and yet some people dare to make such claims. We can consider naturally epistemic and aleatoric uncertainties, and most importantly, coming from this heavy aerospace industry. So what we have learned that when we design, for example, flight controllers, we design using these deterministic representations and with all the robustness performance guarantees. And to test its validity for real environments, they are thrown into Monte Carlo sims, where there are a bunch of different uncertainty distributions, and there are certain groups that are working to make these Monte Carlos as high fidelity as possible to test our controllers that have been otherwise designed in deterministic sense. Merging the design space with the test space in a very rigorous way is one of the particular objectives for me personally, because I come from that, not the AI background, but I come from the other background. I'm not a computer scientist, okay? So distributionally robust control is a very active field these days, and this is some literature review. I won't go through these details, and I won't go through all the math that we use to design distributionally robust controllers. So I'll give this architectural slide. So as I said, we have a regressor that was built using the training data. It's applied to the true system that operates in an environment where we have distribution shift. And what we do, we augment it with a robust adaptive augmentation controller, which is our L1 adaptive controller, in case you have heard of it. If not, I'll go briefly over it, to guarantee certificates of distributional robustness. So here is a brief overview of the L1 adaptive controller that we designed starting in 2004-05. We have 20 years of history here. It's a particular control architecture that decouples the estimation loop from the control loop, so enables fast estimation rates without running into loss of robustness, without losing the time delay margin, and some low pass filtering helps you protect the time delay and gain margins appropriately. Again, skipping all the math, I'll just say we have a book, we have commercialized it across different industries. And here is the nature of the performance bound. So with fast estimation rates, we can approximate linear reference systems that helps us to have predictability and scalability. And with appropriate tuning of the low pass filter bandwidth, we can get guaranteed trade-offs between robustness and performance. So the architecture relies heavily on this decoupling between estimation and control loops, and the underlying mathematics uses small gain theorem and Lyapunov stability theory that have been well understood for deterministic systems. Here is the timeline. So as I said, starting from 2004, 5 first papers appeared in 2006, and then NASA had this aviation safety program from 2007 till 10, where we got the opportunity to test the controller on 5.5% Boeing 757 model, holding the aircraft in stall and stall and giving the pilot a predictable response. If some of you are familiar with aerospace background, so you know maybe what is a stall condition when the aircraft can lose the lift, there is flow separation. So holding the aircraft in stall for a few seconds gives the pilot the opportunity to put the nose down and recover. And this was critical test. So NASA had 24 grants funded, and I'm going to shamelessly make the claim that we were the only controller surviving in stall and post-stall, giving pilot the opportunity to safely recover the aircraft. Upon that, we got lots of interest from different industries, including Statoil for pressure drilling operations, Caterpillar for hydraulic pumps, Eurocopter, Seagate even for hard disk drive control. Raymarine commercialized the autopilots, their evolution autopilot with our controller. We published lots of papers with Boeing, Raytheon, this needless to say. Eventually in 2015, one of my former students calls me from Edwards Air Force Base, they're just 80 miles from here, says they have the Learjet with variable stability system configuration that allows them to safely test different controllers to train the pilots for pilot license. And this VSS system, so you can throw any controller there. If it goes into instability, it automatically shuts down. And this is the way the pilots get exposed to different challenging conditions to develop their skills for safe flights. So he said, you have the model in September, in March, we can deploy it. Are you ready for that? I said, sure. So my students were super excited. And then we got the opportunity to fly it every other year. Then we got also the F-16. The F-16 flights, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to show and I cannot talk. We did not publish it at their request, but the Learjet is all in open literature. And starting, like I said, in 2019-20, we went into safe learning and control because the AI became part of our reality. We're not fighting it, we're learning to live with it, okay? So for the sake of interest, we did testing before the start of the conference, so this video should work. This is my team. So the last two are my students. The rest are the Air Force team. You see, they all have uniforms, but my students do not. And the students enjoy very much going on the flight and flying. So how it happens, so in September, we get a model, we design a controller. We get lots of calls with this Air Force team, pilots, test engineers. They start 7 a.m. in California. It goes till 5 p.m., 6-7 days like that in 4 months. We're negotiating, basically. We say we want to try this challenging scenario, the other. They agree, approve, or disapprove. No, you can't try this, you can try this, blah, blah, blah. So, but all those negotiations going well, we eventually get the opportunity to fly. So we got lots of press out of it. Aviation Week wrote about us, then Defense Science and Technology and so on. Hopefully this movie works. Let's see. So in 1967, there was an aircraft accident, and the data is available to load on this test aircraft to test different controllers and advances in science and technology for different things. The beauty of this, having access to this test pilot school, is that you can load the data if you have from different accidents and test your new methods against these accidents. So luckily in this particular case, of this accident, the pilot survived, so you don't go every time through tragic stories and memories. And now they put it, and they will fly without our controller. The VSS system will shut it down immediately, and then they will bring our controller. Hopefully voice works.
I can't even control the airplane. You have the airplane?
You see, it immediately shuts down because it's unsafe, and then they load our controller and fly with our controller the same accident. And let's see how it works.
Hey, task in 3, 2, 1. Now? So you can feel there in high frequency, I made some high frequency inputs, excited the roll. Lower frequency, the roll, overshoot, or oscillation tendency is less.
Sounds good.
There's still some there. Pitch, I'm having no issues. Fine tracking and gross tracking are very good in pitch.
All right, and I have maneuver complete.
Okay, so now they go into engine shutdown scenarios. They shut down the engine and fly without our controller, with the pilot, and then with our controller, without the pilot.
All right, recording on in ready, hack.
Running. Okay, power's coming back. My hands are free. 3, 2, 1, now.
Controls fixed.
And recover, please.
Okay, and recovering.
Power's back.
So it was 20-degree bank degradation on the plot, if you noticed. Now it goes to.
I'm ready to try this now with with a pilot correcting for it. So.
Okay, and I'll give it about 1 second reaction time. I am on conditions.
All right, and then recording on my call. Ready, hack.
On. Okay, power, it'll be left throttle.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1, now.
1 potato and recovery.
And recording off.
Okay, recording off, matching throttles.
I'm ready for the recording on ready, hack.
On. Okay, left throttle coming back in 3, 2, 1, now.
I'm not touching the controls.
Nice demonstration.
Yeah, check that out. About 3 degrees of left bank.
Speeding in the rudder to match, I can feel that. It is descending a little bit, but it's,
Yeah, descending a bit, but that would be easy to compensate for.
yeah. Okay, I think you got some good data there.
All right, recording off.
Matching power, recording's coming off.
So 3 degrees of bank degradation, we're pretty proud. I tell my students in real world, there is no zero. Zero is the mathematical number invented to make all the math work. So with 3 degrees, we were also pretty happy, similar to them. And apparently we appeared on the front page of Defense Science and Technology. I had no clue this, actually. I got it from the college. Have you heard of it? I was not interviewed, but there was something here. So we also worked with lots of other applications. In particular, I want to run this particular nice clip from here, which is what got us into the New York Times, actually. That's why I like to run this. So it's elderly care industry is growing rapidly because it so happens that our medicine is too powerful. They help people live longer, which makes us proud, but then the birth rates are not so high. So there is a shortage of young people to take care of elderly in the nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And because of that workforce shortage, if we have technologies that can help people to age at place, this would be much more preferable for elderly. And with that motivation, we wrote an NSF grant where we got it funded, and in fact, even New York Times published, so we can have pill delivery, finding missing glasses. This is the inspiration, right? So I know this thing brings people to laugh, and so it's interesting to show how challenging the control problems can be. Look how heavy it is. And now they just can't leave. They call their friends. They need communication, cooperation, and team building. Now there is this safety, right? Whether she feels safe. The reason I raise this safety because and this was also motivated by the time when Amazon came along with this primary concept. Okay, so the drone delivers you package. Will it make you just happy that you got it early, or you will be scared? So how to design the flight paths, velocity profiles, and so on to make people feel safe and not anxious. Imagine sitting in a Manhattan cafe and the drone bringing a package to the cafe. So it was an interesting project, and we got psychologists to work with us to build anxiety models using GSR sensors that you see here. I won't run this movie, although I can run it, has no voice. So using GSR sensors, you can measure people's GSR stands for galvanic skin response. You can measure people's anxiety level and use it to build an anxiety model for the path planning purposes, make it part of the cost function in an optimization problem, and use it for path planning and navigation. With all of that said, we come to this environment, and this environment was created by MIT and Lockheed Martin in 2018-19 to promote drone racing competitions. So I visited Georgia Tech in 2018, I think, and ran into Professor Evangelos Theodorou, who was one of the 9 finalists for this drone racing competition. So it's a simulation environment, and you have to be able to design your drone controller integrated with its path planning learning that it could navigate through these gates. So the question came up whether we could take our L1 adaptive controller and bring it to this environment. And I immediately realized that our success stories had to do with the big flight envelope of Boeing 757, Learjet, F-16. But in this environment, I need very quickly and fast learning and replanning. And that brings new challenges for which we were not ready. And despite that, we helped him to integrate his model predictive path integral controller with our L1 adaptive controller to fly through these environments. And I see the time, don't worry, I'll be on time. So what it implied that the performance and robustness guarantees that we had for L1 adaptive control in terms of transient robustness, steady state, disturbance rejection, had to be augmented with distributional robustness guarantees to be appropriate for these environments, which we face when we deal with emergency response or similar disasters. And we integrated our controller. Now, again, I'm skipping all the math, and I see the timeline. So here it is what we did. So we were able to clean some of the gates where they failed. And yet there is a whole new mathematics here, very rigorously worked out. And it's lots of machinery from stochastic calculus. Time is short. I was lucky to present the whole extended 1-hour presentation at Caltech and USC during this week as I was flying here. But here I cut out all that math. So, and within 2-3 minutes, I can just show a few drone flights from our lab if I have 2-3 more minutes. So here helping, can I?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to these drone flights from our lab because these are also fancy. So in our lab, we can't fly Learjet or F-16. We need to play with drones to make students have fun. So this is ground effects. I'm sure all of you had maybe one troublesome flight when landing could be harsh. So the ground effect, so here is a drone flying over this box. We're creating these environments in our lab. Without our L1 adaptive controller, we see the turbulence caused when it goes over the box. With our L1 adaptive controller, the transients remain smooth. Slosh payload. So we have a half-filled bottle. Half-filled bottle is much worse than a fully filled bottle because it has change of center of mass, inertia, and so on. So let's see how it poorly performs without our controller and how much we can improve with our controller. And here is a slow motion to show the water shaking inside the bottle, causing unpredictable disturbances that cannot be modeled accurately, right? This is a broken propeller that leads to reduction in generated thrust, and here it is. So it flies with our it flies without our controller, and then we add our controller. This is a PIXOC platform. I know PIXOC is pretty famous. Many of you might have heard. And here adding our controller helps to fly it better. 4 different propellers. So my students are having fun just so they're adding all these things. So and once they turn off our controller, it goes into instability. Then they add our controller, it comes back. So you will see it starts shaking up. So, and then eventually the oscillations get bad. They turn on the controller to avoid one more break and crash. This is downwash. Now we have a heavier drone. If you see it here in front of the poster, it's a heavier drone flying to push it down. So on the game, we have our controller maintaining smooth, nice transients. This is creating a little bit of wind tunnel to fly the drone through it. And with our controller, you see the wind blowing here on these tips and causing instabilities. hanging different masses all around the drone in different settings. Again, with our controller, we are in the center. We maintain good performance in transients. And the data matters all, right? So our controller is in the green. We remain consistent, or we maintain consistent, uniform performance bounds despite the range of uncertainties and without any retuning of our controller. And that's what kind of made it valuable. And a little bit shameless advertisement of our center. We are funded by NASA University Leadership Initiative for development of robust and resilient autonomy architectures for advanced air mobility. These are type of vehicles that should help us to live in our affordable houses in Urbana-Champaign, have a dinner in Chicago, work in Ohio. So these are the promises made by aerospace industry today. And we are working with different teams that have background in certification, teams that have background in AI, to bring all that together, to test it on NASA's subscale vehicles for this purpose. And Lockheed Martin is our industrial partner for technology transition and TRL improvements. TRL stands for technology readiness levels. And Sierra Nevada Corporation helps us with night vision sensors and other type of sensing technologies to robustify on the perception side. I mean, November 14 is our review. Let me know if you would like to travel for this annual review. We may have a big event at the University of Illinois with partners from Georgia Tech, MIT, North Carolina A&T University as a minority serving institution, and University of Nevada at Reno for having access to FAA-approved flight test site. With that, I want to acknowledge my group. So Aditya works on this distributionally robust adaptive controllers. Sheng is our robotics postdoc doing the drone flights. Tigran is from Armenia. Tigran works in my group on social information dynamics models. Basically, when you go to social network and broadcast something, how the information propagates and so on. That's another whole dimension of work not covered within this presentation, but we are also interested in social engineering as well. This is celebration of one of my birthdays in Champaign Park. And with that, I want to acknowledge all the sponsors who generously funded this research program, the Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base, New York Times for taking wonderful pictures that helps us to advertise across different medium, and all of you for your attention. Thank you very much. Wait.
Any questions from the audience?
Jamming. What do you take care of that?
Cyber physical, these are cyber physical systems research. We have research also in that direction, right? But it's
I
not.
didn't hear what you said.
I said that's cyber physical systems domain, and we do have research also in cyber physical systems security against jamming and so on, but that's not part of this presentation. I have to do another 1 hour presentation to go over cybersecurity solutions. It's not this controller that's going to solve that problem. It's a different problem. We are integrating simplex architecture, high assurance and high performance controllers, and with some type of robust sensing, we call it robust simplex sensing. We have solutions. It's a different presentation. I'm sorry. I don't have slides to show for that.
And AI help it?
We haven't yet actually integrated AI there yet. Okay, that research is still separate from AI. Okay.
Time for one more question.
Thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure.
My background isn't in control theory, so apologies if this is a simple question, but is L1 adaptive control a theory that you specifically made, or is this something that has existed? And
No,
so
we did it. So when I came to this country, it was clear that the existing controllers had some limitations, like adaptive control was there for 50 years, but it couldn't adapt to rapidly varying uncertainties. It could only accommodate slow variation of uncertainties. And this was a fundamental question there. And we came up with this new architecture that helped us to decouple and develop it. So we did not invent the flight control. We did not invent the control theory, but the class of architectures that we called L1 adaptive control were developed by our group, right?
Thank you. And where would be the best place to see like the papers and stuff that you
The
guys have?
book. The book.
Okay.
Okay, email me. I'm happy to
Okay. Yeah. glad
send.
to-
We have popular science magazines as well, where you can read in a very accessible language with lecture notes. We have enough material.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm also a control theory specialist, so
Okay.
or to learn more about this.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I had a question regarding a lot of the demos were subsonic. If you go supersonic and hypersonic, does the controller work?
We do have papers on that. Again, I know by secret communications from NASA, nobody has talked about those implementations with me, but Sandia has it on hypersonic. But Sandia hasn't told me. I heard it from NASA through back doors. That's how much I know. Whether they implemented it correctly or not, I don't know either. Because there are lots of wrong implementations of it around when people don't go deep into theory. Yeah, of course, of course.
It can work in like hypersonic environment.
Absolutely. There
It's
are
fast
no,
enough to have the input outputs. And
absolutely. There are no constraints there. You just have to implement it correctly. Okay, go ahead.
So, Doctor, I know you were involved in Armenia, without going into a lot of detail. Are there any positive developments in Armenia in this?
I don't know.
Thank you.
No
All right. That concludes this session. Thank you very much.
All right, how's everybody doing? Good? Okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. We're gonna start at exactly 11:35 a.m. So if you guys need to get up, stretch your legs, use the restroom, eat some more breakfast if you like, coffee, tea, it's all back there, and then we can get started at 11:35 promptly. 11:35 promptly, okay? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're starting again. All right, we'll get started again. All right, so this is the next panel, next session. This is going to be the AI section, and then we'll have a break again. We have up here to the far left, well, my left, your far right, Aram Dermardirosyan. He's actually the past president of AESA, president last year. He's the he has his own. He's part of Connect 2. Pepperdine University MBA, became software engineer, software architect. He co-founded NetCount, transformed internet hit counting technology, consulted companies like Sprint, Yahoo, and so on and so on. Then we have Rafi Hagopian, raise your hand. Dr. Hagopian is actually a cardiologist at Long Beach, VA, assistant professor at University of California, Irvine, my alma mater again, Zat. And he's a physician as well. He works, he's a full stack software engineer at the VA's Applied Innovations and Medical Informatics team. Please welcome both Aram and Rafi. Then we have Arbi Tamrazian, please raise your hand. He's more than 10 years of experience in machine learning and AI space. He's the director of data science and machine learning at Fox. He manages a team of machine learning engineers who train and deploy computer vision and NLP models that operate in real-time, high-resolution video feeds. And then finally, we have Leon Natanyan, the moderator. He's a seasoned technical leader, 17 years experience managing high-performing engineering teams. He has both an MBA and a bachelor's in computer science. Please welcome both RB and Leon. All right, so speakers, I'm gonna let you guys take it away. You want to provide the mic?
Thank you, and welcome everybody. This is the AI panel. I will be your moderator for today. I wanted to draw your attention to the presentation right now, and those on the video feed as well. You're more than welcome to join menti.com, enter that code, and if at any point you have a question, those questions will appear here. Feel free to be creative and also mind your profanities. Let's put it that way, please.
And also, if you like to ask questions on the Zoom, please raise your hand. You can always unmute yourself and we will all hear you here in the conference room. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. All right, so thank you very much, Ace, for those introductions. I won't bore you with introductions of ourselves, so we'll just jump right into the questions if we may. All right, so you've all heard of AI. One of the things that we thought might be interesting is maybe ask the panel over here, what is the, just walk us through a brief history of AI and how did we get here and what was that like? I'd like to take that.
Okay, good choice. I probably was allowing you and probably remember that. No. AI actually started it around 1950, and that's way before I was born, but as a line of science. Amazingly enough, in 1965, they came up with vectoring, like just the same technology that the ChatGPT is using today for natural language processing. When I was a student at UCLA, my first professor, I remember AI in 1995, around. He said something interesting. He said, everything that we humans do without thinking, it's almost impossible to implement on the computers. But whatever we learn in our lives, it's quite easy. So even then, the computers would generate bridges, do a lot of work, much faster than the humans can do. But the actual breakdown actually came around 2010, quite recently, because what happened before that, we were thinking of artificial intelligence or a brain as a computer. We had that computer model in our mind. So there's a hard drive that has all this information, and there's a CPU that processes this information. So we were thinking, as fast as we can process, get some ways to get that information from hard drive and process it. And so AI back then, when I was at Lincoln, it was a lot of probability statistics, linear regression, any kind of regression trying to divide the right from wrong and things like that. It's all, the models were all mathematical models. However, in around 2010, the breakthrough came when people start thinking of the brain as the artificial intelligence as a base neural networks. We recognize that artificial intelligence is not like a computer, brain is not like a computer, but it's a very efficient pattern recognition machine. It recognizes patterns. And that's where I think the breakthrough came. And last 15 years, especially last few years, as you can see, the AI took over a lot of things, and probably we'll talk about that in our panel.
Thank you very much, Aram. So just looking ahead, not even looking ahead, even just what we see today with the advent of, say, ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic, Facebook just released their AI model called Llama 2, which is interesting because it's open source. Of these things, what are some of the capabilities of AI today that seem either most promising and or surprising?
All right, so I'm Rafi again. So I would just like to know from the audience before I answer that, how many of you have actually used ChatGPT, like let's say in the past week, just show of hands? Okay, it's almost like everybody. How many of you pay for GPT-4, like the larger version of that? Okay, like a little bit less, but still a good handful. So I would say like current capabilities wise, I mean, now, like Aram was saying, any perceptual task has been taken over by deep learning and neural networks, like face recognition, speech, language understanding, like all of that's been taken over by deep learning. So any time you open up your phone and use Siri, like open it with your face, there's some sort of neural network involved now. The most interesting stuff now this past year, like, you know, for, I don't, maybe all of you know this already using ChatGPT, is that it's become practically useful day to day, right? And I'll give you a couple examples just in my experiences. Like I do love software and medicine. Like, you know, one of the first things I asked this thing was write a JavaScript game of Pong, like the arcade game. As GPT-4 that, like a few months ago with some of my tech friends, wrote it perfectly. And like, you know, it was JavaScript. If you're not familiar with JavaScript, you could just copy and paste it in a browser and have the arcade game, like just immediately. So I'm like, okay, maybe this thing memorized Pong from the internet from like a massive data set, right? But the next question I asked it, I'm like, okay, let's try a harder question. Make Pong where every time the ball hits the paddle changes color, and let's add 3 balls and make the computer like unbeatable. And with no errors, like just copy and paste into my browser, worked perfectly. This is GPT-4. 3 makes some error, 4 a lot less. So it's come to the point where almost for any programming task, just writing Python code is very good as a first pass. It might not get your full product down, but at least starting it out, it saves me like days of work. It does it in like minutes. So that's one. As far as current capabilities, Leon mentioned Claude. That's another one. I think it's a little less popular, but this one has a lot of ability to summarize any text. So if I read a research paper in, let's say, cardiology, I usually want to talk to other cardiologists about that paper. I want to get like, you know, their thoughts on it. So now I could upload that PDF into Claude. And if there's like a certain part of the paper I don't understand, I could use this large language model as a teacher almost, be like, explain this exact part of whatever algorithm or whatever physiology, and it'll do a pretty decent job. It almost feels like talking to one of my smart like friends. Like, yeah, does it hallucinate? Absolutely. But it's almost like, you know, it's your smart friend that makes mistakes. And I think eventually we're getting to the point, I mean, I guess we'll talk about probably the future next, but we're getting to the point where it'll start to cite research papers, and like I've seen some of that capability on the horizon. So it's only becoming more and more part of our lives, like perception wise and also just intelligence wise.
I want to add to that a little bit. I mean, I think when we gathered before this panel discussion on Thursday, we kind of discussed thematically what we should be portraying to the audience. And one of those things we wanted to convey is encourage and excitement about this technology. I mean, we're at the crux of one of the biggest technological revolution ever to hit mankind, I think, personally. So given what Rafi says, I don't want people to get discouraged, because it seems like the big players in AI are taking a little piece of the pie that's left, but I'm here to tell you that that's indeed not the case. There is hundreds, thousands of use cases out there, and they're growing day to day, that require models other than GPT-4, GPT 3.5, or some of these large language models. So there's still other capabilities outside these realms. We love to talk about this because it's the most exciting thing out there, but there's definitely other capabilities outside of that realm which could power specific use cases. We'll talk a little bit about that. One exciting thing that I'm very interested in is hardware. So how do we actually build solutions? How do we bring AI to a small footprint that could fit on a hardware system that could power some specific use cases? So those capabilities also exist, and they're improving as well. So I would encourage everyone to kind of explore those avenues as well.
Thank you very much for that. So in the spirit of that line of conversation, looking ahead, what future applications and use cases are you most excited about when it comes to AI? What are some of those things, such as hardware or otherwise?
I think I'll start from my industry. Mostly we do software development for customer service, CRM software, and it's already been used of better understanding the customer. So once you have a better understanding of the customer, and even if so it's easier to support that customer because you have more knowledge of them. So it's been used in a hospital and staff environment. When the doctors or nurses are not around, the camera can tell the state of the patient most of the time. This is a very interesting software. One other thing that's very interesting, probably it's in the entertainment industry use of it. I'll let you guys answer those questions because, but customer service has changed a lot. I'm not just saying that the chat windows, that those are easily answered by the AI, those are much better, but even more than that, understanding the state of the mind of the customer, but how to answer those questions, much better, help to the human to answer those questions. Thank you.
I could add a little bit too, as far as what I think is like most exciting that's coming up. So right now, I mean, we see a lot of modality specific applications, right? Like in text, in vision, in medicine, like, you know, I work on projects for just like CT scans and it's only on that one modality. We're starting to see more general capabilities that, you know, it's almost like a human being, right? Like you can play chess, you can read books, you can do a lot of different things. And sometimes you carry that knowledge from one domain across to another domain. And we're starting to see like fusion of different domains within training of these models. So like I know in beta right now, they have like vision language models where you could just upload a picture and ask it like, oh, you know, here's a picture of an Armenian church. It's not labeled, it's an Armenian church. The model will be like, oh yeah, this looks like an Armenian church from the 1500s and it's made of this type of stone and this is the surrounding landscape. So you can start talking to it almost like another human being across domains. And I think that's really exciting. I'm kind of interested in fusion of text and vision. Eventually I'll get to video as our computers get more powerful. Like you'll be able to upload a video and ask it questions about that. Or even like an embodied robot just walking around that just processes multiple types of senses. Like I think all of that's on the horizon and we're seeing like very early bits of that.
Yeah, just to add to that, in my industry, we have a lot of emphasis on inferencing of the models. So where I think the future is headed is we spend actually 80% of our time working on inferencing rather than model development. May sound counterintuitive, but that's the case when you do ML in production. There's a new field that's propping up called ML Ops, which is a combination of DevOps and ML. And they're generally just involved in understanding how to run inference at scale, how to do model maintenance, how to do inferencing cost effectively, for example. That's something that we focus very heavily on. And how that whole feedback loop works, because your inferencing capabilities are directly related to your model training and they feed into each other. So if you kind of look at your problem from an inferencing standpoint, you'll start to understand some of the limitations you have on your modeling side. Like I mentioned before, you can't just throw a 70 billion parameter model and ask it to inference video for you. It's at 12 cents for 1,000 tokens or whatever GPT-4 is, you're gonna run out of money very quickly. So looking at it from the vantage point of inferencing, it defines the model that you could train when you're kind of solving your particular use case and back and forth. So an ML ops engineer is dedicated to doing that job. And we have a couple on the team that really help us kind of put our models in production. That's one. I think two, I alluded to this before, hardware. Hardware is going to be huge, ML on edge, and all of the intricacies involved with distributed training, distributed inference. You have things called federated learning, which is able to learn across an entire data set, but privately. So you don't actually have to share the data that's on your chip with anybody else, but you could get the general benefits of doing this federated learning operation. So that's another big thing, especially because the hardware is improving and now you have TPUs that live on board. And what we're exploring at Fox is how we could potentially use this to do even 60 frames per second high resolution inferencing from a board that costs $200. So this is like never heard of before. You could never dream of something coming about like this. And there's a lot of intricacies that still need to be solved, because training on a giant GPU is drastically different when you want to go on the chip. You have to do all these other operations and all these optimizations before you could do that. So there's a whole science and engineering that's going to come out specifically to support ML on edge. So that's another thing I encourage a lot of people to start exploring, and how that whole space looks.
Thank you very much. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of opportunities for people to be not only get involved, but potentially create value that we still haven't seen the full breadth of what AI could do, whether it's both on the technology front and the value creation front. So how can individuals get involved, and what are some of the initiatives that you might be aware of that people could say, you know, I want to get into this space, and how do I do this?
I can start with that. I think first of all, prompt engineering is very important. It will be very simple to get started. I think internet is full of YouTube videos and stuff how to get to that. It just helps you communicate better with the AI models, for like ChatGPT and things like that. So we talked about hallucination, wrong answers. You can eliminate all of that if you know how you ask your questions. It's very simple, but it's a good start, I think. The next step will be to better understand how the model works. And then if you know how the model works, like ChatGPT and stuff, then you can ask more intelligent questions. You can ask questions that can get you to the right answer right away. Then you don't have to spend too much money on getting all of this done. So this will be an easy steps to get into towards AI. The next step actually will be to try to generate your own models. Right? It's available online. A lot of tools available, like Google has a collab. You can just go in and freely get started with machine learning. It will be very easy and nice way to get started. Even if you go and want to do a little more things, you can actually buy GPU power, which is a processing power basically, and do more interesting stuff with it. But yeah, it's definitely encouraged. And as we probably trying to say here, AI is here, it's growing very fast. And as Armenians, we have to get on it and be early adopters. We need, and that's the most important thing. We have to get on it. We have to understand it. We have to be the best on it.
And I'll leave you with, I guess, 3 ways you could use it to add value to your life. I mean, I'm happy to see that almost all of you are using ChatGPT, but on an individual level, at least, you know, prompt engineering. So just getting used to very specifically telling it what you want. It's just like, it's just good communication, like how you would be a program manager or something on a software project. Just like specifying, I want this language. I want you to show me by like 512 by 512 pixels. I want like a slider that will like show me all the slices of a CT scan. It'll make it for you. You know, you have to just be very precise with your language. That's like, as an individual, you can at least use it, read about it. There's all kinds of free tools. Like, you know, you could go on YouTube and watch Stanford lectures about computer vision and become like educated on it. So I think getting educated about the technology, you'll find ways to use it in your life, whether it's a perception task, like a vision problem or some other problems in your areas of engineering. If you're a mid-sized organization, I would say, you know, definitely getting some GPU power and, you know, downloading open source models. I mean, maybe like if there's like 2 or 3 people, you guys could download the open source language model, train it to do a more specific task, like instead of being for general text, handle medical notes. You know, that's a big field right now. Like you could train a better version of an open source model on a more specific task that you're more familiar with. And if you're a giant organization, then just making sure you're collecting like all kinds of data, like, you know, just storing your data, organizing it. You'll be able to, you know, maybe you'll have more power to develop something like as sizable as a GPT, like a model that like just learns from all the data you've collected. So I would say just educate yourselves and utilize what's out there. There's a lot of open source stuff. You can even ask GPT-4 to explain deep learning concepts to you. I mean, it's a good teacher. It'll get you started. It'll tell you, it'll point you in the right direction. But the more educated you are about it, and if you have domain specific knowledge, you'll find ways to leverage it.
Just to add to that, I think going back to thematically, what we wanted to convey to the audience is encourage everyone to go into this space. I think I'm pretty confident in saying, I think the rest of the panelists will agree with me that now is the easiest time ever in the history of AI to go into this space. A couple of the panelists talked about like how we have pre-trained models you could easily download, fine tune it for your particular use case, deploy it, and now you have a product that utilizes AI, for example. So what I would encourage everyone to do is explore AI from your particular use case. And again, going back to what I said before, 9 times out of 10, you're going to find that GPT-4 is not the solution for you. And you actually need to either pick up a new model from, a pre-trained model somewhere, or start training from scratch to fulfill your particular use case. So that's really important to remember, where you have that perfect intersection of data availability and your use case. If you see that, those two things are kind of, there's a lot of synergies there, go into it and kind of explore it from that angle, because yeah, again, GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 are not the sledgehammer that hammers in a tiny little nail. Sometimes you need something specific for your use case.
Thank you. So I want to ask a question for the audience. What piece of Armenian-founded technology is in use right now in front of you? I'll give you a hint. It is on that Zoom. Anyone know? The audio technology that reduces background noise is done by CRISP, which is an Armenian-founded technology. So the AI technology is all around us, and being able to utilize that for not only the community of Armenians, but as well as the future opportunities that exist are vast. That being said, I want to take the conversation to, sometimes we've always heard about what are some of the ethical issues that might arise as a result of AI technology. I want to ask the panel here, are there any AI ethical issues that you face in your current role and or field? And what are some of those, and how are you addressing those?
I don't know about the moral issues. I think if from the first day the humans started using any tools, like they took the stone and started using it as a tool, there were a lot of problems with that. First, they needed to learn how to use it. They probably injured themselves and others before getting to know how to use it. And they probably used that for killing others, as a weapon. So, I mean, they did that, we know that. And it's with every kind of tool, this is, and the AI is just a tool that we need to learn how to use it, make sure we're not hurting ourselves and others. And if it's weaponized, if they're going to come on us with that, we at least have to be able to protect us with that. I mean, this is, so I don't see a lot of moral dilemma behind this. We need to be on a front edge of it, and we need to learn how to use it, be good at it. And that's it. I guess it's a tool. We have to know how to use it.
I guess I could speak to the ethical considerations in like healthcare AI. I mean, a big concern is like bias, like depending on like what sort of data you're collecting. You know, like if, let's say all my data set is all white men or something, I want to make sure that like, okay, the model is going to be really good at predicting things in white men, and like you want to make sure it works across sex and different demographics. So you have to be very mindful of how you teach the model, almost the same as like how you would teach a student. You don't want to introduce bias to it. You want to try to collect your data in an unbiased way. A lot of it comes like at the inception of a project. Like once you already have your data, I mean, there could be biases in there. The algorithm is going to cheat and like figure out whatever associations it can to help it optimize whatever loss function. But if you are mindful of it and just test in different populations, collect your data in as an unbiased way as you can mitigate some of those issues.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems, you guys will agree with me, is that deep learning, one of its intrinsic challenges is that interpretability. Can't really look at a model and say why it made the conclusion it made. So that goes back to what you were saying, where it's like, does it have internal biases? How can we tease that out? I was in the insurance space a while back, and they kind of had like a mandate that we could only use linear models, generalized linear models, because you need to present parameters to a regulatory body so they can make sure that the features that you're using and the parameters that come out of your model don't have any inherent biases. But we don't have that in the deep learning space. I think that's like a philosophical discussion that, you know, the space needs to come to reckoning with, to see how we could potentially move forward with a technology which inherently doesn't have any of those protections built into it. So that's something also to think about as you kind of explore use cases. How important is this to you, and choose your models accordingly, depending on knowing some of the limitations.
And I could add to that, to what Artie's saying. So yes, I mean, I consider neural networks like a gray box. It's almost the same as like a physician. Like I diagnose something, there's a pattern I recognize. I don't know exactly what's happening in my brain. I just recognize it. But there's ways to use intermediate steps to get it to explain itself. So I'll give you an example. I mean, you could use CT scans and predict who's going to get lung cancer and die, right? But you know, that's not very explainable. We don't know what the model is looking at. And like it could be looking anywhere in the lungs. But if you ask it to show me where the tumor is, now you have an intermediate step where it's like, well, I see a mass in the lungs. Like then a human can go back and verify that, right? So now you've converted an indecipherable task into something where you have an intermediate step where, I mean, it's hard to find a tumor sometimes. They could be very small. It takes a lot of time for a human to look through the full scan. But if an algorithm can just point you in the right direction, and then a human verifies that, like you're kind of avoiding it gets around some of the explainability issues and helps like keep a human in the loop to verify its conclusions.
Just a quick real life example. What happened is with the lung, actually, the hospital that sent all this lung pictures with the tumors and stuff had a small marking on the top for the hospital. And the AI just focused on that small marking, and every time it saw that marking on the top, it says it's a tumor, it's a tumor, it's a tumor. So there is an inherent problem with this. I mean, you have to be careful, and that's a real life story tells you how we don't know exactly what that model has pointed to and what triggered its decision. So that's a problem.
I'm gonna share my own real world example. Target was the target of a very famous scandal that happened when it sent out marketing materials on congratulations on your pregnancy to a 17-year-old or 18-year-old who was living with her father. And what Target had done was actually analyze the data and found that people who tend to buy more hand sanitizer were more likely to be pregnant. And so they sent out marketing material to that, and father found out and said, well, why is some Target sending you congratulations on your pregnancy? So as we see that we have very ethical issues in this space, and what is and is not acceptable is usually a manner of human social norms that we have, and societies have different norms on what is and is not acceptable. So in regards to the AI, we have yet to see the full gamut of all the issues that are going to arise, whether the AI is applied to marketing or healthcare, telecommunications, or even videos and entertainment. So how are we doing on time? Do we 5 minutes. I want to take the opportunity now to open up the discussion to the audience. If there's any questions from the audience that they want to ask this panel about AI, or any comments or questions. And those on the video call, please feel free to ask away as well.
Thank you for the interesting discussion. Back in the days when I used to work in subjects related to AI, the main method of developing algorithms was the if-then logic. I would like to ask how much more advanced has it become now, and do they still use that if-then logic?
I think I started with that. So initially, that's the time period where we were thinking of a brain as a computer, having the hard drive, having and then if you're asking this question, I go find whatever it's in my hard drive, whatever I have, bring it over, process it. And when we get to the pattern recognition, it's basically just like, and then we call it neural networks. It's just your brain neural network. So what happens is to be, I mean, it's a lot of hard, but every neuron fires at some certain point, and when it gets to the point that recognizes that I have recognized something I was supposed to recognize. So just like a brain, it sends a small electrical signal and stuff that whenever every neuron fires at some point when it recognizes. So even though we still use if, then it's a software basically, but the brain itself that we calling it a neuron, it consists of this neural network, a network that makes a decision for us. And we don't know exactly what's going on inside it. Just like in our brains, we don't know how we come up with these solutions. That's the same kind of situation we have in pattern recognition neural networks that we are using today.
And I guess I could add to that too. So yes, we are using if-then statements still. Just like logic still applies, but the beauty of deep learning, these perceptual type of models, is that before statistically, like, if you wanted to predict something, you'd use like linear regression, but you need to know what the important variables are up front. Like if I want to predict heart attacks, I want to know your age, your cholesterol, like if you have diabetes, smoker, but you need to know what's important before you predict anything, right? Like, but let's say if there's a variable you don't know, like, oh, maybe somebody's height is relevant for some reason, and that's not in the statistical model, it's not going to use that information. The beauty of deep learning is you don't have to do any feature engineering. You don't need to know what the important variables are. You just need to have a very high dimensional input, like a CT scan, photo, like speech, something that's like very raw sort of data where you don't know what the important features are in it. And it's very good at extracting, like, it's like billions of parameters, figuring out like, oh, there could be a billion parameter logistic regression or something happening. And then it's like, figures out that, oh, height is important and for predicting heart attacks. So the beauty of it is like, you don't necessarily need to know what's important before you do your modeling. You just need to have very good data, design the problem very well. If-then statements are still used all the time, but it's just in certain perceptual domains now. This has become the standard. Like if I wanted to use if-then statements to detect somebody's face, you would write like an infinitely long program using that. It's almost impossible to do that. Using deep learning, like you just show it a million faces. Now it picked up, oh, it's important that eyes are next to each other. There's a nose, there's a mouth, there's all kinds of variation. It learns all those like little variations of what a face is, and can handle that perceptual task directly from like learning directly from the data, almost like a baby.
Just really quick to answer your question directly, yes, there are models that use if-then statements. They're called decision trees. We actually use them a lot in production currently at Fox. So they do solve a lot of interesting use cases, especially when you have a smaller data set that deep learning may or may not solve. So good intuition, and thanks for the question. That was a good one.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more? Or there's several hands up, so
we have time for two more.
two more. All right.
Who raised their hand up? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex. My question when I explain this is going to be, are you having any trouble, or where are you recruiting your people to do the work? So RB, you said GPT-4 is great, but we require other models and other capabilities. that need to be developed. Sorry, RBU said that. RMU said specifically Armenians must be early adopters. So the reason I'm asking this is I am Hoover High School class of 1995, and Hoover is very high, Armenian population. 25% of Hoover students graduating now can do basic math. The other 75% cannot. So last year in 2022, there were 40,000 H-1B visas for foreign workers, which tells you that we're not able to fill those spots domestically. So my question to you is, are you having trouble finding workers who are going to develop these?
Very, very good question. Yes, we are. There's always big need of people knowing this stuff. In my case, interestingly enough, I have a company in Armenia. So again, it's a very big issue to find employees in Armenia even. So that's a major, but there are a few good initiatives, at least in Armenia. I'm not that they're going to start teaching AI from the school. So there's a program I was listening the other day that they're going to start teaching this from the school, and even in the high schools get to machine learning and things like that. So that's good, and I think it has to be adopted in our educational system. It cannot be like at some point they come in and it just turn it into this AI engineers and things like that. Thank you for the good question.
Yes, we have a lot of trouble hiring people. And
so are you doing outreach, right? So you're looking for workers here. So it's great that you have AI teaching in Armenian schools. What kind of outreach are you guys doing here? Do you need help with outreach? What do you envision is going to be that conduit of workers?
Sure.
A very good. I'm so sorry. So AESA, Armenian Junior Science Association, has a department of that called STEM Academy. We started teaching robotics and AI, basic AI for Armenian kids already like about 6-7 months now, probably almost a year. So as an ASA, we trying to do that for Armenian kids. I mean, it's going slow. We only have, I don't know, probably 60 students around at this time. We have enough capacity to grow, but it's a good thing for people to know that ASA has this robotics engineering classes, AI emphasized, and we're teaching from students from 7-year-old till 18. So that's what we do for our Armenian community. Thank you.
I'm going to very quickly add one aspect to this. How we could do outreach is everyone here in this room, you're sitting here because you are interested in this conference. These are the people, you are the people who could take this message and say that there are two dimensions in all people's needs. One is the economic dimension where I need to make a living. And if we show them that this is a place where putting your time, effort, and energy into, not only can you make a good living, but you could potentially find a better living than if you were going to say construction. Nothing that's wrong with construction, but just say this is one aspect. The other aspect is interest. Being able to show different dimensions on how you could apply AI to construction, for example, those may then be able to merge the two. And so everyone in this room, I encourage you to bring awareness to it, show them this is possible, and help the Armenian communities. And it doesn't have to be Armenians, it's just the community, that this is one avenue that you should certainly explore. Oh, we have one more question here that
Yeah, we'll take two more questions, including yours, and then I want to remind our virtual audience, if you guys have any questions over on the Zoom, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you, and you may unmute yourself and ask your question.
My name is Eric Furter. I'm actually a student at AESA, and I had a question about the educational purpose with AI. Would most, if not all, courses in either a high school or even a college level education system be replaced with AI like ChatGPT, or would it just more or less be an assistant to help teachers like grade assignments or grade papers quickly?
I'm really sorry. As a moderator, I shouldn't be answering that question, but I'm going to answer one anecdotal way. It's like when the calculator was first introduced into the classroom, we still, we still today need to learn how to do long division and long multiplications. It just takes us a little bit faster to do it. And so I see personally that AI would be the similar situation where a calculator is today. It is a tool in the repertoire of trying to find an answer or a deeper learning. But that is my answer as a moderator. But here, I'm going to turn it over to someone else.
So yeah, it makes, I think we mentioned that, but we didn't make it clear enough. AI is here to make efficiency at least 10 times at this rate today, 10 times better than we can work with. Being that we learn, we develop some kind of a software program, whatever we do. As of today, I see me doing 10 times more than I could do as a software engineer. I can do more. And you can, when you learn also, it helps you with a lot of learning. So if you have to read 5 papers, or on the same subject and spend, I don't know, 10 hours, you can ask AI to bring it, compare it, and give you the most important parts of it. And within a few minutes or hours, you can understand or read the most important part of those 5 papers and get, so it makes very efficient everything. So yes, I think it's going to replace a lot of things in education, and we shouldn't fight against that. As we said, the calculator, we probably fought a long time for that, against that. Yes, we should embrace that in education, and also teachers, instead of spending hours reading and those papers, they can just grade them in a few seconds. Also efficiency for them.
And I would like to add to that as well. So, I mean, previously people predicted like, oh, we won't need radiologists in 5 years. We still have radiologists. We still train radiologists. I think it's right now, it's just the competitive edge is if it's like a human plus AI, like versus somebody who's not using this technology at all, you're going to have a major competitive advantage. You're going to use your time more efficiently. I mean, I still think we need teachers, we need doctors, we need everybody. This isn't like, none of us can predict when this technology is going to be beyond like all human capabilities. But right now it is at a stage where it's a very good assistant to human capabilities. It's a very good like teaching aid. It's a very good like just like to bounce some ideas off, but you have to understand the limitations. You have to understand it can hallucinate things. You should trust but verify what it says.
Yeah, I agree with everything there. My only concern really is the humanities, like writing papers, all that stuff that teachers are dealing with. A huge amount of their students starting to use ChatGPT to write papers and things like that. I don't know what the solution is to solve something like that, but that's my main concern. Kind of looking at this technology of, I mean, somebody said using ChatGPT to grade papers, they could potentially be ChatGPT to grade ChatGPT written papers. So I don't know what the solution there is, but hopefully everything turns out okay.
Building on what just Arby said here, I think finally ChatGPT said that they can't sufficiently make detection tools that would determine that yes, this was generated by AI or not. Came out and said that. So that's interesting.
So we'll take one more question before lunch.
Hello, my name is Edgar. I had a question regarding agents. So ChatGPT currently, there's a lot of GitHub instances where you have baby AGI and stuff, agents that talk to each other. Currently, it hallucinates like crazy. You can use the API to generate your agents, have it talk to each other. It goes nowhere. Where do you see this developing to a point where it's like that's the next level, right? For AI in general, it's being able to communicate with one agent with another and having something productive, like at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'll answer that. I think the you look at LangChain, you look at Baby AGI, these technologies arose to solve a very specific problem in that you need to feed context to an LLM to be able to answer a specific use case. So I think the main issue here that may get solved in the future is that context window length, right? If I have a context window length of millions and millions of tokens, I could just put in all of my documentation around how my organization works, my products, all my offerings, and the LLM could consume everything all in one swipe and be able to answer questions and could act as an agent on your behalf. But this is coming back to that. One of the other technologies that came about is embedding vectors to efficiently search and find documents that are relevant to the query asked by the user. So a chatbot could kind of extract that and feed that context. So I think the future there is expanding on these context windows. Once we start to see that happen, you'll start to kind of see these agents slowly disappear, where I could just give it millions and millions of documents and say, here's every cardiology article ever written, and let me ask a question or a very finite use case, and you can start asking questions and receiving answers. So I think that's the key to success.
And I'm not so sure about the distinction between different agents versus just having one extremely capable agent. Maybe if your data was siloed and you couldn't use all the data to train one extremely giant model. Let's say if you had two different companies that don't want to share data, maybe having two agents would be just the reality, and they would have to chat with each other somehow. I will say, as these models get larger, for those of you who've used ChatGPT 4, and if you're a programmer, I mean, you could try the same prompt in 3.5 and 4, and just notice how much more improvement there is. I think we're going to continue to see that rate of improvement. These models don't tend to saturate very easily, and the more data you throw at it, the more compute you throw at it. The really exciting thing is really interesting things start to emerge, like a language model or learned how to draw unicorns. It's never seen any vision, there's been never any image put into that model, but just from text, it understood the world enough that it could write LaTeX code to draw a unicorn. And not only does it just draw it, it's not like it memorized that code somewhere. You can ask it to modify it. You can say, add a horn to the unicorn, and it will know how to change the code to do that. And it's only been trained on text. So I think as we get more compute, as we get more data, and we have theoretical breakthroughs, you're going to see the hallucination get less and less and less. And you're going to see really interesting things emerge. It was just a few years ago, these things were just toys, and now it's practically useful in all everyday applications. I think I'm really interested in seeing it's hard to have a crystal ball and say where we'll be in 3, 4 to 5 years. But I think we're just at the beginning.
Just very quickly. So the next iteration, if you decide to learn, is the embeddings that you need to look at it. Then when you do your vectoring and embedding vectoring and stuff, you get much better results. And also nowadays you can also combine multiple AI tools together through the vectoring. So it seems like it's actually very simple. A few lines of code gives you vectoring capabilities. Thank you.
I think that would conclude our AI panel. Thank you, everybody, for listening in and for all your questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you guys. So wonderful panel, as you can see. Thank you, panelists. Let's give them one more round of applause for a scintillating talk. We're gonna adjourn for lunch. Just want to thank AESA Armenian Studies again for sponsoring and the wonderful catering that will be behind you guys. Those of you who are in attendance, those of you who are on Zoom, I'm sorry, you're missing out. But we'll be back at about 1:25 p.m. So hopefully those on Zoom can come back. You guys can take a break. Those over here have lunch, mingle, talk. Thank you guys. We'll be back soon.
Stops get, and you could look for these things and actually identify from a piece of DNA or a piece of RNA where the protein would actually come from. But there was an inherent problem in that it worked for certain lengths of proteins. But when you got down to very short proteins, that is things that are less than 100 amino acids, which constitute a protein, you started getting very large numbers that didn't make a lot of sense to people at the time. So when they were devising these algorithms, basically what they did is they said, well, we don't really understand why we're getting so many small things. They're probably not real. Let's just ignore them. And so they set a threshold at about 100. And so everything when we talk about the human genome encodes, 22,000 proteins, we're talking about things that are longer than about 100 amino acids or so. And the average human protein, just so you know, is about 300 amino acids. So they were ignoring a lot of very short things, but they realized that this was going to be a problem. Well, this started to become an unavoidable issue when people started looking for things and started discovering that there were actually very small proteins that were getting made that were important biologically. And so this is totally out of field, right? But this paper came from what you call developmental biology, where people were studying how flies actually get developed. And this is the kind of thing that, most people look at, well, why do you want to study the fly? Well, it's because the mechanisms that are used in biology are usually conserved. So things that are happening in a fly are also happening in us. But flies, for certain apparent reasons that you can do genetics on them really easily, are an easy and better model organism to study. So there was this gene that they knocked out. And what they noticed is that when they knocked it out, that is, they deleted it from the fly, that the fly just didn't develop its limb properly. And, they went back and they looked and they tried to figure out what was going on, but there was no apparent protein coding sequence in that RNA or that gene that they knocked out. They looked even harder, and what they saw is that actually what they were missing was that there were a lot of short ones. So the red triangles there are essentially representing coding sequences that encode for proteins, but they encode for very small proteins, 11 amino acids and 32 amino acids. So, an order of magnitude 10 times less in size than what was normally found for an average protein. The paper goes through and they do a really beautiful job showing that these small proteins, which we refer to after they're less than 50 amino acids as peptides, were basically responsible for all the biology that they were seeing in these flies. If they reintroduced them, they could rescue the development and all this stuff. So I saw this paper, and I became really interested. My lab had just started, it had been about a year. And the question we had was, well, this is really kind of neat. There could be a whole group of small peptides and small proteins, which we now refer to as microproteins, that are floating around in cells and tissues in all our bodies, but nobody even knows that they're there. And we set out to try and first identify whether they're there, and then second, how many are we talking about? Are you talking maybe a handful? Is this something that's minor, or is it actually a fairly significant fraction of things that are floating around in the proteome? And again, this is often referred to as the dark matter because basically it's there, but we don't actually have ways of measuring or detecting these things. So just to give you a little bit of background on the size of things we're talking about. So some very small proteins I think everybody in this room knows about, such as insulin, are made basically by a very simple process, but they're thrown outside of cells that and then go throughout the body and signal. The types of proteins we were looking at are smaller, but they actually work inside the cell. So they have the same structure and as things like insulin, but they're not known, and they're also kind of not operating in a little bit different way mechanistically inside the body. So, this very much felt like an expedition. You really didn't know when we were going into this, whether we're going to find anything. And so in the olden days, when they were drawing maps and they didn't know where they were going, what was out there, they would often draw a monster because they just wasn't sure what they were going to run into. And so it's the same kind of thing, when you're starting a lab and you're getting into your career, these things are risky. If it fails, that's a big moment where, rather than having a big success in your career, you have a big letdown. But at the same time, it's also exciting because you're kind of doing something new and you're on a frontier of something. So I was very lucky to be able to recruit a bunch of really good graduate students and postdocs who were very excited about this and shared my enthusiasm for the work to begin to try and develop methods to look for this. And just to give you an idea that we weren't going in completely blind, I'll show you some of the earlier work where they predicted a lot of these. So the yeast is a model organism for mammalian cells. So people have done a lot of work in yeast cells because you can, again, do genetics really easily, but it's a model because they have a nucleus, whereas bacteria don't. So they're what are called eukaryotic cells. So once they sequenced the yeast genome, for example, they saw in green there, those are all the known yeast genes, about 5,000 of them. But what's in red, which corresponds to about 260,000 potential proteins, are these small open reading frames, the ones that make these small microproteins. So it's very possible that after we're done with our work, we're going to find out that there are more small proteins than there are actual proteins that we've been looking at. And again, the first part here, I'll talk about finding them, and then we'll ask the question of, even after you find them, are any of them doing anything important? So you see the cutoff in green at around 100. Well, that cutoff again is computational. So that no matter what genome you look at, if you take all the annotated proteins and you plot them out on a histogram and you go length versus frequency, you're always going to get a cliff at about 100 again because of the computational methods used to do this. So what we had to do is we had to overcome that cliff, and we had to go and figure out ways to find new ones. So what my lab developed, and again, this is coming from the chemistry background, we're very strong at using kind of methods for molecular characterization. And one of the most common methods for characterizing molecules is a technology called mass spectrometry. I think everybody that watches TV now sees CSI, where they rub something and they put it on the mass spectrometer and they can tell you if you've touched TNT or something like that, but we can use it in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways we can use it is that we can go in and we can actually use it to identify pieces of proteins in cells and tissues. So we could identify all the proteins that are present in a cell and tissue. But the methods that relied on really using known proteins and then going out and looking whether you saw evidence for those. So we wanted to look for new things. But fortunately, at the time, there had been novel genomic technologies that had been developed, in particular, a technology called next generation RNA sequencing, where you can measure all the RNA in a cell or tissue. Now, what we did from that point on is that once you have all the RNAs, all the proteins presumably come from RNA. They have to. So we did an in silico experiment. We said, okay, we're going to take all the RNAs in a cell, and in silico, we're going to make every possible protein product from that RNA. Whether it's been known or not known before, we don't know, but we're going to make it. And then we're going to use the mass spec to basically find evidence for which ones of those are real. And when we did that, what we found is we discovered that there were about 360 of these microproteins. Now, it doesn't sound like a very large number, it's not, and I'll get to, but it was actually the tip of the iceberg that gave us a clue that there are actually going to be a significant fraction of these. So we needed another technology, a better technology that was a little bit more sensitive. One thing about mass spectrometry, while it's fantastic, there are some limitations. You have to be at a certain abundance to detect it and things like that, whereas some of the genomics technologies are much more sensitive. So we turned to another technology called ribosome sequencing, which is very similar to RNA sequencing. So in ribosome sequencing, again, I don't mean this to turn into a molecular biology class, but the ribosome is what makes protein from DNA. And the idea, from RNA. And the idea was if we could see where the ribosome was sitting on a piece of RNA, we could predict that piece of RNA was actually turning into protein. And so essentially what it is, it's a footprinting method. So imagine if we had all the RNAs and you threw paint over everything, and then you remove the ribosomes, the parts that were not painted would give you an idea of what was being turned into protein at the time. And so using this technology, it's much more sensitive, and it's not biased in the same way that mass spec is biased for things that ionize well or are abundant. We then went on and repeated some of the experiments we were doing again, just to get an idea of what the total number was. And so this is a paper that we published a few years back where we looked at several common laboratory cell lines. And what we found is that we could identify about 8,000 of these microprotein coding genes in there. We've now done this several other times, and the number always comes out to be about the same. Now, I should mention that these are 8,000 potential protein coding genes that are not in any database. So like, you know, when we do human genetic studies and things like that, we would never find this as a disease gene because nobody knows it actually makes a protein. And so you're very much at the frontier of discovering these things. Now, I like to be conservative in my estimates. I'd rather be wrong in one direction. So we can estimate about how many of these there are. So the methods are a little bit noisy, so it's not clear. You know, we do 3 experiments, we get good overlap, but it's not perfect. So a lot of these have only been detected one time, but the really reproducible ones, we detect about 3 to 4,000 of them. And if we say that, you know, in any single experiment or any cell line you look at, never are all the genes being expressed at one time or being turned on. You only see about half. So we can guess that there's probably around, you know, 3,000 to 5,000 of these microproteins floating around. Now you start to get into numbers that sound actually pretty significant. You're talking about an increase of about 10 to 20% in the size of the genome or the proteome that makes things that could be of interest. And, you know, it's our belief that, you know, there's going to be things like disease genes and future drug targets and things like that in this pool of molecules. But this was the first step. We had to find them. The second step was that, okay, great, they're there. Are they important? Okay. And so what we've done is through a series of studies, and this is going to get a little bit into the molecular biology, but if I'll try and keep it as general as possible, you can find out that some of these are as critical as any other protein. Just because they're small doesn't mean they're unimportant. Just the same way that insulin is small doesn't mean it's unimportant. And I'll give you one example here. So this one has a very funny name. It comes from a gene that's called the PIGB gene in the opposite strand. So as far as anybody knew before we did this work, this was a piece of RNA that didn't make any protein. But what we saw in our mass spec experiment, which is shown to the left, we detected a part of it. So we knew right away that this was actually a real protein. And then what we did is we created some reagents so we could study it. So whenever you're studying proteins, I think, you know, if I gave this talk 5 years ago, it'd probably be a little bit less obvious, but now everybody knows about antibodies because everybody's heard about COVID. So we made antibodies against this protein PIGBOS, and we could go into animal tissues and human tissues as well, and we could detect that it's present. So not only are we seeing it in our cell line, it's actually produced in all our bodies at fairly significant levels in various different tissues. So that's great. So we know this is real. We know it's actually not only just coming from cell lines, but it's actually produced in cells and tissues in our body. What does it do? And there was something really interesting for the biologists in the audience that there are different classes of proteins in the body. So there's proteins that are soluble, that is, they float around in the free space, but cells are covered by lipid membranes, and these are what separates the inside of the cell from the outside of the cell. Think of oil and water, how they separate. It's kind of the same way. It creates a protective barrier. Well, there are a lot of proteins that actually live at that interface, and the way they do it is that they have a sequence in there that will actually place them in there, and this one had that. It has this transmembrane domain, which told us that it was part of a membrane in the cell body, and we didn't know which one. So we went in and we actually did a few experiments, and you don't have to pay attention to the details here, other than at the bottom right, bottom right here. What you're looking at there is the mitotracker is a picture of mitochondria. Mitochondria are organelles in the cell that are necessary for producing the energy of the cell and so forth. And what we saw is when we were able to label this protein is that it lives on the outside of the mitochondria. It's on the cell, on the surface of the mitochondria. And so it was very interesting. So, you know, from that, we tried to look for biological functions for it that would actually tell us what it was doing. The outer mitochondrial membrane can regulate things like import into the mitochondria. It can regulate cell death. And so we looked, but we never found anything. So the other approach that we've taken to actually characterize these proteins is an inference approach. So we do know what a large number of proteins in cells and tissues do. And proteins often interact together in big groups to actually carry out a function. And so what we did is we asked the question, it's guilt by association. If we could find out what proteins are small protein bound to, we could then develop a hypothesis about its function in cells or tissues. And so the way we do this, again, is you use mass spectrometry. More or less, you put a little handle on the protein you're interested in, you pull it out, and whatever comes down with it tells you what it was associated with. And when we did that experiment, we actually ended up finding a protein on another membrane organelle in a cell called the ER, called CLCC1 that it interacts with. And so that was really interesting because it tells us that basically our little protein exists at essentially an interface of two membranes, and there's a lot of biology associated with that. But I'm going to jump into and show you how that information then helped us figure out what this protein was doing. So if you look at, there was one, we got lucky. There was one paper published on this CLCC1 protein. And it was from a very nice study in mouse genetics where they were trying to look for disease genes that were causing neurodegenerative disease. And they found that CLCC1, this protein, when it was mutated in mice, led to a form of neurodegeneration because they had increased cell stress. And so we could ask, is our protein participating in that pathway, in that biology as well? And so to do that, basically the pathway is called the unfolded protein response, or UPR. Again, so a lot of diseases we have in the body, it turns out there's times where your proteins are being made, they're not being folded properly, and the cell either needs to die or it needs to turn down protein production. Well, the cells have evolved for billions of years to have a lot of mechanisms to do this. And one is this unfolded protein response. So once this gets triggered, what it does is it gets the cell to basically slow down making proteins, increases the machinery to fold them, or it degrades them, or it kills the cell. Okay, so it's trying to protect you from any more damage that's coming from this. You'll find this happens in a lot of diseases like cystic fibrosis and other things where proteins don't fold properly. They trigger this pathway, and it causes a lot of downstream issues, as well as just missing the protein that you're interested in. So the data was suggesting that our little protein that's on the mitochondria might be affecting this pathway. And so fortunately, because there's been much work done in this area, there were some very simple experiments we could do to test this. We don't have to get into the details here, but this XBP1, as you see here, is essentially a marker or a signal that we use to measure stress in the cell. And so higher levels of it means that basically the cell is more stressed, and lower levels mean that it's less stressed. And to the left, what you'll see is that when we got rid of this protein, so we use a method called RNA silencing to do it, that suddenly under the same doses of chemicals that stress the cell is giving a much more potent stress response. So this molecule, this new protein that we've discovered, is essentially somehow controlling the cellular response and the sensitivity to outside stress. So you might not want that, because that means a lot of stress is just going to cause all your cells to die, and this is part of the process to do it. On the right, what you're looking at is when we put more of the protein in the cell, it becomes less sensitive to the stress. So we add the same amount of drug, we get less of a response coming out. So what does that mean functionally? Okay, so on the right, we're looking at the same cells here. The red is we've knocked the protein down. The black is just normal wild type cells that are healthy. On the right, basically what you're looking at is we add a drug to the cells that kills the cells, and you see that the cells, basically this mechanism doesn't go through this ER pathway, that the cells die at an equivalent rate. Okay, so this protein isn't involved in that part of cell death or cell regulation. But on the left, what you see is when we stress the cell by overactivating this stress response, the cells that lack our protein die more readily. Okay, and so what it's telling us is that this protein is basically has a very strong role in this biology. Now, I know it's very hard, unless you're actually working in these areas. These pathways are very important in diseases such as cancer and other things like that. Whether or not this particular protein turns into a potential drug target or not is not clear yet. We have a lot more work to do. But at the very basic level, what we've done is we've taken this whole pool of proteins, and we've been able to at least pull one out so far and say that it's functionally important. But last year, we actually had another one that we popped up that I think is going to make a closer link and at least be able to, for people to understand more easily how some of this work will then translate into maybe future therapeutics. So we collaborated with a company called Novo Nordisk, which is the one behind Ozempic, so that everybody's heard of the wonder weight loss drug. So their goal is to always kind of continue to find drugs that can improve metabolism and metabolic health. And so one of the things they did is they had heard about Ozempic's a peptide, it's a small protein as well. So they'd heard about these and they wanted to see if they could find any interesting molecules in this pool as well. But they're very interested in things that are made in the fat and go from the fat to other tissues. And so we started a collaboration where we started to look for these small proteins in what we call adipocytes, or cells from the fat. And so you know, we used a mouse model, as you know, some of our earlier speakers talked about how you know, the Defense Department won't let them talk about some of their stuff. We also did humans, but that was the data that they didn't want to publish, obviously, because they wanted it internally. But it works about the same. We can look at fat cells from mice or people, and we identify about 3,000 of these additional microproteins in there. But what's interesting about the ones we found here is there was one protein that we discovered that you can tell from the sequence that looks like it's something secreted. So earlier in the slide deck, I showed you how insulin goes outside the body and it signals. Those often are great for drug development because you can either make the molecule and use it as a drug, or you can neutralize it with an antibody and turn it off. And so they became interested in this one because it looked like it was secreted. It's a potential type of thing that they use to make medicines. And so what they did is they produced it up there. We can do this as well. It's a little bit cumbersome. They have many more people working there. And they had bioassays set up for doing this. So again, our contribution to this was that we've become very good at finding these proteins in a variety of tissues, and we collaborate with a lot of biologists to do this. But they took this and then they did a very simple experiment. One of the interesting things is we found it in the fat, but it's actually highly expressed in a part of the brain that's responsible for feeding. So you can look at the gene itself and see what tissues it's expressed in. There's something called the arcuate nucleus, which I learned about for the first time, but it's in neurons in the brain that are known when they're activated to promote feeding. And so the question was, if we want to study the biology of this, we could definitely look in the fat, but since it's at such high levels in the brain, what happens if you treat mice with this you know, this microprotein? And so what they showed is basically they do this in experiment. It seems gross, I guess, but in a lot of ways, sometimes you have to do these kinds of things to get the work done. But you can actually do direct injections into the brain region because peptides are too hydrophilic. They can't cross into the blood-brain barrier. So if you give it systemically, it won't get in the brain. So for basic research, we can do these types of experiments. And what you're looking at on the left part of this graph, which is the day before, basically you're looking at two groups of mice that were essentially just their feeding was monitored for 24 hours. And as you can see, basically the vehicle is the blank, it doesn't have anything in it. And then the red line is corresponding to the one that gets the peptide. So then at -4 hours there, where that big bar comes in, they switch to new food, and then at 0 hours, they inject the peptide or they inject vehicle. And what they see for the next 24 hours is the group that got the peptide, they eat a lot more. And so, which is unusual, because as far as we know, these mice are obese to begin with. There's only one other peptide that will promote feeding in an obese mouse. So it becomes very interesting here. Now you can start to imagine how you could use this therapeutically if you wanted to, not necessarily unless you want to, for some reason, unless you want to promote feeding, but if this is actually a natural feeding mechanism in the body, we could develop an antibody or some sort of drug that neutralizes it, and it could also lead to an additional new weight loss drugs. And this is what Novo is working on. So, you know, I hope in summary that, you know, basic curiosity, kind of basic sciences has led us to identify something really interesting, and we have a lot more work ahead of us. the genome is a lot bigger than we anticipated. The proteome is a lot bigger. And I'm sure in years to come, as we find, some really interesting ones that are linked to disease, some of these will turn into drug targets. These are regulated by normal physiology. So like things like eating a high fat diet or things can change the levels of these. And we can find within this subgroup of molecules, basically molecules that have biological activity. That is, they can regulate cell biology or physiology in such a way that, that there is a really important piece that's been missing before we did this work that hopefully will help move things forward. And as we learn more about biology and disease, these will contribute in our understanding of those processes. So with that, I'd like to just end by thanking the groups that worked on this. I've got a great group at Salk. Salk's been a wonderful place to work at. And also in this particular project that I was telling you about, we worked quite extensively with Novo Nordisk, who did a lot of the biology after, peptide production and biology. And I'd like to end by, again, thank you for your time and attention, and thanking the organizers again for the kind invitation today. I appreciate it.
Questions from the audience?
The microproteins exist in nerves also?
Yeah, we find them everywhere.
A lot? Or
yeah, so in the human genome so far, we found probably a total of, I'd say, 10 to 12,000. You can find that they're like normal genes, they're spread out throughout the body. Some are enriched in the nervous system, but yeah, I would say there are thousands in the brain and nervous system.
Do they affect the conduction of signal?
We haven't gotten that far. So there's been some really nice papers that have kind of done the analysis that got the catalog, but functionally yet, we haven't gotten there. Yeah, great question.
Any other questions?
You said that if our cells doesn't get protein, they die. My question is, if somebody is vegan, or what happened? I mean, I never heard that what kind of, or how much protein, or
yeah, I mean, if there are nutrients that we need to make proteins, so there's some it's amino acids that we usually get from our diet that fed for protein, but the body's kind of amazing in terms of if people are sick and they're not actually, when people get sick, for example, in certain ways and their muscle wastes away, right? The reason for that is that the muscle is actually providing protein to the other organs in the body to be. So if you don't get enough protein in your diet, you're not going to be healthy. I don't think that's a problem for most people in Western diets, to be honest with you. We get enough nutrients for the most part. I think there are particular proteins that are obviously more important than others, and that's what the most of biomedical research is trying to figure out. What are the ones that we want to actually target for either improving health or treating disease? So, yeah. Great.
I have one more question here. A reminder to the Zoom remote viewers, if you have questions there, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you.
So in the beginning, you mentioned SMORFs and microproteins. And not being in this field, I guess I would want to ask, do all microproteins arise from these open reading frames, or are there a whole subset of microproteins that arise from other production mechanisms? And also, how new is the investigatory field of SMORFs?
Yeah, so I was at a conference a few years back, and I think Murray Gell-Mann said one of the best lines I've ever heard, which is that a scientist would rather use somebody else's toothbrush than use somebody else's nomenclature. So one of these are open reading frames. They're just small. So that's where the small SMORF comes from, small open reading frames. So ORFs are where all proteins come from and where all these proteins come from. These are just less than a certain length that give you things that are less than 100. The microprotein field, you can look through it and sporadically, people. So what ended up happening is, if you go back to the 70s, when people actually biochemically still purified proteins from tissues and stuff like that, you'll find examples from that literature, because these things would come down with protein complexes. Once people learned how to clone genes in the late 70s and early 80s, and everybody moved to cloning and stopped doing biochemistry, they stopped discovering small ORFs, because they were basically focused on the bigger ORFs, the proteins that they could see easily and study. And so it's been really an advance in the technology that now has been giving us the tools to empirically detect these things. What I'm hoping for, as was mentioned, I have a student in the lab now that's kind of taking the microproteins that we've discovered, using those as a training set for AI to try and see if we can actually predict them from RNA sequences moving forward, so we don't have to do these cumbersome and not perfect experiments every time. So hopefully, you know, it's still pretty early. I'd say 10 to 12 years. So, yep. Thank you. Oh, wait, sorry.
All right, one more question. It was a great talk.
Thanks.
Quick question. In terms of gene regulation, epigenetically speaking, are these small proteins also regulated like a normal gene is through epigenetics?
Yeah, and so we see we haven't looked specifically at that, but it would be normal to find them regulated that way. The other thing you can find them involved in processes like epigenetic processes. So we found some that are involved in DNA repair and other things like that. So they're going to be regulated like normal genes, with one or two caveats, but it's because of their position. They're often found on RNAs that already have a longer coding sequence. And so depending on their position, sometimes you need splicing so that they get made. But other than that, they're pretty much classically regulated. Cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you, audience.
All right. How's everybody doing? You guys doing okay after that lunch? I hope you guys didn't fall asleep. Thank you, Dr. Salatelian, for the awesome talk. We have next up our life science panel. It's got an awesome list of panelists here. Probably too many to name, but we're gonna bring them up anyway. So can I have on stage Dr. Lucy Abgaryan, Dr. Vahan Mardidosyan, Dr. Armen Abulyan, and Dr. Merdi Babakhanyan. Give them a round of applause as they come up. And is Zare Zurabian online by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hey, Zare.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
So Lucy will be our moderator, and we have in order here, we have Vahan, we have Meredi, and we have Armen. So one more round of applause, and then we'll just get right into it. And of course, Zada is online. I don't know if you could see him, but is he visible, by the way? Okay, great, great. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invite and opportunity to talk about life science and perhaps some connection with Armenia. We are very excited here. I have to admit, this is my first panel that I am moderating. Those who know me, you know I'm talking a lot, so I prefer to be in the panel and not moderate it. So please don't judge too hard. So I think we will give a little bit of background for each one of us, and then we will dive into the discussion. I have to admit, this is fantastic panel, and like to moderate this panel as a first panel, it's incredible. And I know we kind of got together, talked about things, and it took a lot of time. So we're like, okay, this time is not going to enough to discuss everything. So to cut it short, I'm Lucy Abgaryan. My background is undergrad in physics, then biophysics, master's and PhD, then business. I started my what I call grown-up adult life at Scripps Research Institute in San Diego. And then I kind of, after the first drug got the first spin-off on the 7.3 billion acquisition, I gained interest in business side of the things. So never got cut my ties with science. I have co-founded a couple companies. So we have now one that I was part of, one FDA approved drugs, and 2 of them are in clinical trials. My own project now are kind of bringing the new technologies, innovative technologies, and good old science to bring new products to market, basically. So I will.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vaughn Martirosyan. I'm currently a postdoc at UCLA. I study pluripotent stem cell and brain tumor metabolism. My PhD was in medical biology, where I focused on understanding the molecular mechanisms contributing to pediatric brain tumor metastases. I also have additional expertise in cancer neuroscience, as well as developing pipelines to bring personalized medicine to cancer patients, specifically brain tumor patients.
Hi, my name is Mahadi Babakhanian. I am by training, of course, I'm mechanical and bioengineering PhD. And then after that, I worked in industry on medical devices. Then I joined Stanford at the hospital, and I currently work with providers on needs-based finding sort of products, and we translate that outside of Stanford. Currently, I work on a catheter, like an ablation catheter, or arrhythmias, and also digital health products. So, and I'm starting to lean more towards digital health. I don't know. Maybe I'll switch back over to medical devices.
Hey everybody, Armin Naburian. I'm a surgeon. I think I was invited because I'm a robotic surgeon, mainly do a lot of colon cancers.
So given all of this, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So
No worries, no worries. Can you hear me okay? Yes, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Zadeh. I go by Z. My background is in biochemistry and math. I did research in biofuels and bioenergy for several years and then made a switch over to the business side of things. Right now, I'm the head of eLab Next, a software company that provides digital solutions, a digital lab platform for laboratories for their research and process development workflow optimization. In addition to that, I also have a venture firm and a consulting firm for biotech SaaS companies. I'll end it there and pass it over to Lucy. We can get started.
Sounds good. Thanks, Z. And we are a client of this, actually. So in current very evolving technological world, how do you see the advantages of AI, digital health, robotics innovations? Do you apply them in your daily workflow? And what is that you are benefiting from it?
Yeah, I can go ahead and start. Me personally, as being a basic scientist, I don't really use artificial intelligence, but I've seen its potential uses in some publications that have come out, at least in the field of neurological surgery. Recently, there was a publication came out that utilized AI that was trained on surgical videos, where it was able to identify surgical tools and therefore provide an assessment of surgical skill. So obviously, this isn't a very important thing because you want to make sure that the surgeons that you have in your hospital are good surgeons. So essentially, AI was then used to provide a score, a surgical assessment of the surgery. Another opportunity that I see AI in is actually a recent paper that I believe came out in Nature, where they used AI to help predict the molecular subtype of a tumor. So currently what happens is, as a surgeon resects the tumor, it's given to pathology. The pathologist can take anywhere from 4 hours to 7 days, 8 days to find the molecular subtype of the tumor, right? So this AI software that was trained on that was trained with other types of tumors was able to essentially find the diagnosis within 40 minutes of it being resected. So what happened is the tumor was taken out, DNA was then extracted in 15 to 20 minutes. It was sequenced rather rapidly, and that sparse information was put into this neural network, and it was able to give an accurate diagnosis about 90% of the time. So the key here is that as a neurosurgeon, it's extremely difficult to get to the location of the tumor, especially if the tumor is deep in the brain, right? So we all know the brain is incredibly complex. It has a lot of very eloquent locations that the surgeon has to navigate in order not to damage. So if the surgeon is already there and they have more information on how to treat the tumor, then it's not only better for the surgeon, but most importantly, it's better for the patient as well.
I can add a few things in regards to the use of robotics in patient care. And that in general, robotics could be utilized in 3 categories when it comes to patient care specifically. One is to get an intervention from remotely. And so the way Da Vinci and Intuitive and the robot that's mainly utilized in the United States was thought of is that the Army can set up an operating room in about 7 minutes. You can't get a surgeon to a soldier in 7 minutes. And so the way Da Vinci and Intuitive had thought of doing this was actually for the Department of Defense, in that the surgeon would be sitting in Germany somewhere or even in the United States. And when a soldier is wounded, operating room would be set up right at the front lines or shortly or just behind the lines. And the surgeon would have access. Once the robot is docked, the surgeon would have access and would try to save the life of the patient. That never panned out. But that's one of the categories, is that remotely getting the operator to the site without actually physically being there. The other benefit of robotics in patient care is when the space is very small, very narrow spaces, and we can't get there with our hand, it's too small. In my specific situation, the pelvis is a fixed area and it's a fixed diameter. It's fixed by bone. I can't get my hand in there sometimes, especially if there's a big tumor. And that's where the robot comes into very good play, because not only can the robot get me in there, but it can look around and I can try to remove the tumor with the best of my abilities with what's visible right on the ground. And the third way is when it's not safe for us to be there. For example, when the orthopedic surgeons, and this part of robotic surgery, I think is going to develop next significantly, is that when a orthopedic surgeon now, let's say, is fixing a broken bone, they're hammering it in, they're screwing things in externally or internally. And then at the end of the procedure, they'll take an X-ray, or during the procedure, they'll do fluoroscopies, which is a large amount of radiation and so forth for the surgeon, even though they have to wear protective lead. But imagine if it was a robot screwing it in, and live, you were constantly, every single turn of the screw, you were watching the exact location of the screw. It was measuring how much pressure is being placed on. It would prevent breaks in the bones and so forth. And so those are three general categories as to the utility of the robot in healthcare. I'll come back about use of the AI. I think we're going to talk about it a little bit more later.
Maybe I can add to. Okay. I'll add as far as digital health goes. Obviously, medical devices have their own AI and how much data it can collect, what you can learn from it. What I have learned in the last few years, 5-6 years, in the digital health, let's say the hypertension, high blood pressure management field, the providers give you a medication, they send you home. 6 months later, you come back, you show a document, and then they decide, okay, I can give you dose up, dose down, the medicine, but that could be done much faster, so you can reach your blood pressure goal much faster. And also AI, when it comes to actual studying the data, the providers could be given their own data saying what you have been prescribing is not working for this group of patients versus the other one. Maybe you can tweak it better from now on, like suggestions could come in. This blood pressure management, less than 50% of patients are controlled, even though the medication's available in the field. So I feel like engineering and the clinical work coming together and the AI contributing, it will help a lot. And digital health got a lot more famous, I would say, and utility of it went higher during COVID time and post pandemic world, when we actually needed virtual care a lot more. So all those coming together has helped. I think the protocols that are written and like all the societies understand that digital health and AI contribute a lot to what clinician can do and how they can achieve care much faster than regular workflow that they have at the hospital.
See, what's your
If I take a step back and look at all of the things that are being discussed, all of the things that we just discussed, they have one thing in common, is that they all stand on data. So data needs to be generated, and that data needs to be digital. And one of the things that I've noticed in the last 6 years is that 6 years ago, we would spend a lot of time educating people what digitization is. I mean, even just the concept of digitization was a topic of discussion. Then about 3 years ago, it changed over to discussing how can you develop a digital strategy, meaning how should you collect your data, in which format, and so on. And now the conversation has completely shifted over to how can we create data, generate data that is AI ready. Because one of the problems is that a lot of AI technology, it needs data, and not just data, but the very good structured and standardized data. And the problem is that most of the laboratories, most of the hospitals, most institutions, they have years of legacy data that is unhealthy, it is unstructured, it is not clean, it's dirty data, meaning there's so many spelling issues and things do not match each other and so on. So even though the technologies of AI and robotics and automatics, the capabilities have been progressing, the people at a larger scale haven't been advancing along with it. So because of that, we end up having early adopters like Armin here, but there's still a lot of people who are not adopting a lot of these new solutions, and we see it every day in the biotech and the health tech world. So I'll leave it there, and I'm sure we'll discuss some of these things as we go on.
Thank you. And I think it's only going to continue. The utility of AI, especially in robotics, is only going to continue. I'm just going to quote a study real quick. There was a study that took 10 urologists, and they asked those 10 urologists to each throw 10 sutures, to sew 2 pieces of tissue together. And so you had 10 urologists, 10 sutures were thrown, and so you had 100 sutures. And then they asked those 10 urologists grade how those sutures were thrown as the best suture that could have been thrown, as satisfactory or unsatisfactory. And those 10 urologists graded about 70% of those sutures that were thrown as the best that could have been thrown. About 20% of them were satisfactory, and then about 10% of them were unsatisfactory. And then they asked them, why was it unsatisfactory? The angle that it penetrated the tissue, how much tension it generated, how much it pulled across, the angle that the needle came out of the tissue on the opposite side, how the needle was thrown, how the suture was thrown, was it a square knot, and so forth. The things that we look at as surgeons. And then as these guys were grading those based on those every single parameters, the robot was learning, was watching, the AI was watching. And then they asked the robot to throw as many sutures as it could throw in that same amount of time that those 10 urologists threw. And it didn't hit 1,000, but it was close to 900 something sutures were thrown. And then they asked those same 10 urologists to grade the sutures that were thrown by the robot, that were tied down by the robot. And about 99% of them were graded as the best possible suture that could have been thrown. And so we in medicine, in surgery, and by the way, those were urologists that weren't tired, that it wasn't their 4th case of the day. It was that they were there specifically for that experiment. And so we anticipate that in the future, when it comes to taking out cancers and tumors and stuff, because there's a high amount of variability, the surgeon will still be needed to take out the cancer. But at some point, there's going to be a time when you line up what you have to sew back together in the setting of urology and prostate cancers, or the bladder, sewing them back onto the urethra, where we're going to line up the 2 sites on a platform of some sort, and we're going to press play. And the robot, with the help of the development of AI and so forth, and the data that they get, is going to be able to throw the best, make the best connection that could have ever been made. And that's going to be consistent. And that's something that human beings can't provide.
Thank you, Armin. That was really good example. And just to summarize with everyone's input here and bring a little bit of drug discovery perspective, right? How the robots are being used there and how AI is being used there. I remember in 2007-8 when I just started at Scripps Research Institute and we were doing drug discovery, we were high throughput screening facility. We had probably at the time the top of the line robots. So the adoption in biotech world, I think for instrumentation happens quickly. But the digital technologies where like system is very inert to adopt any innovation. At least it was back then. I think things are changing. The rate is changing currently. And I remember being lazy, and that's where my innovation part comes, because I just want to find quick solutions for things to not do much. And one of the things was I was screening tens of thousand compounds for particular targets. And a lot of data was coming out, and the medicinal chemistry group in completely different building was making the new compound. So we had to put all of this together. And I was like, we need to find some type of solution. We cannot just like email each other compound on a PDF file, then me cutting and putting it somewhere. Like in best case scenario, smiles would come with Excel file. So I remember I found this new company called Collaborative Drug Discovery based in San Francisco. And I was like, how about we all get on this platform? It's a collaborative platform. And I remember everyone was like, no, it's not secure. Like we cannot share. I'm like, email is secure. Me not having lock on my door, leaving everything in my lab journal with the structures like glued in it is secure, but like having someone who is vouching that they are providing some cybersecurity is not secure. Anyways, I think things are much faster now, and I think that's part of the reason why bringing any new drug to the market takes such a small, long amount of time. And so I decided to put aside my plan of actions here and let's just go by default, because I think that would be more productive. Z shared a very nice article actually with us about Nature research, Nature publication about AI usage when they did a poll with among different life science scientists, asking how do they use AI, do you trust it, do you not trust it? And it's interesting that there was of course, like one of the things is like, it will save time, it will give efficiency, they can leverage some things that are not available, feasible if they don't use AI. However, there was significant amount of population that is saying that they don't trust it. They have a negative acceptance of it, right? And they are saying one of the things that actually I will comment, other than like not trusting it, I think there is also that generational gap where like, can they use the new technology? Are they completely being able to understand it? One of the things that was funny to me was the reproducibility issue, right? I mean, like, come on. 70% of the papers are not being reproducible even without using AI. So that's not that. I think, as a matter of fact, using AI can cut time in these errors. But to this point about the data, right? What is being used for generating the data? I think that's where we have to concentrate. I think we have to concentrate how to improve it. So I think, saying all of that, what are your thoughts in terms of where are we standing? Do you think we are fully utilizing it? Do you think are we there where we are supposed to be in terms of technologies and possibilities in life science? I'm talking about life science. Or are we behind? Are we ahead of entire system? And also, I think I want also Armen perhaps to emphasize some things regarding to training part. Is it easy to train already expert medical professionals utilizing the new technologies?
So I think I could understand why some people would be against adopting artificial intelligence. Like everyone here on this panel has said, it's usually guided by big data, correct? But even when you consider big data like RNA sequencing or something like that, or proteomics, metabolomics, sometimes the data that comes from that is actually not seen when you look at it in an actual model. Whether that model is in vitro or it's in vivo, sometimes there's no linear correlation between those. Also, another thing, so with personalized medicine, there's a lot of advances where tumors are being taken, they're being characterized, they're found out, like at least in say glioblastoma, there's things like MGMT methylation unmethylated, which can direct where this is going, or other sorts of genes, whether upregulated, downregulated, mutated. And then what they're finding, so there's an organization, for example, called CARIS, right? So they provide a report to the neurosurgeon saying, hey, the tumor has this mutation, you should probably try this drug, right? There was a publication that came out that found out that there's only, I think the success rate of what the, let's say, CARIS predicts is 2 to 3%. So if they try those drugs in the humans, they don't really succeed, right? So I think that's the thing. It's the data that we put into AI. AI is only as good as the data we give it. So I think, as most of us have said here, that if the data is not clean, if the data is incorrect, you know, how many people have a very standardized way of doing, let's say, RNA sequencing? Like when you take the tumor out, how long has it been sitting out? Was it immediately frozen? Was it immediately processed? All of these variations can cause things which can then get magnified when it comes to AI. So again, can we trust AI? That's to be seen. Like, for example, with some of my studies, I wanted to make sure that when whatever I'm studying is novel. So I was like, okay, let me ask ChatGPT if my idea is novel. So I type it in and it just gave me, for lack of better words, a very wrong answer. Like it said, oh yeah, it's been discovered here and there. I'm like, oh man, I spent 6 months trying to think about something and now it's there. I'm like, okay, show me the citations. They were complete bogus citations. So that's just, I'm saying we should be a little bit more reserved in the implementation of AI in that regard.
Add one thing to what you said. I think that's why it's important for professionals to contribute to this data generation and not rely. I mean, that's why it's not going to take scientists' job. I think still you cannot just blindly be, I don't know, linguistics specialist and go and take care of understand biology based on AI.
In regards to training, I think it's, and I see some folks in the audience that are probably started driving about 40, 50 years ago. And it's training people. It's very, you know, we can use a similar analogy to driving, is that if you started to drive, if you learned how to drive in the 80s and the 90s, it was usually in a stick car. And in order for you to see behind you, you had to look in the rear view mirror, or you had to actually look, put your hand back and so forth. And it was, and you had to manage the clutch and everything at the same time. Today, driving is very different. So training surgeons, I think, is getting easier with the utility of technology. Just like the training somebody to drive is a lot easier these days. There's more distractions now, it seems like. But now you have a camera. Not only does it show the back, you can have a 360-degree view. You have so many things beeping at you when you're getting too close, going too fast, and so forth. And so I think in general, it's getting easier to train people. I think so. I think it's happening very quickly. Disclaimer, I have zero financial relationship with Intuitive, but Intuitive is the main robot that's utilized in healthcare in the United States. Originally, we were discussing that at some point, this is about 5 years ago, at some point, every hospital is going to have a Da Vinci robot. That discussion has changed now. Now the discussion is, at some point in the near future, every operating room is going to have a Da Vinci.
I might add something to adaptability and training providers. I used to work at a corporate world, and I was an engineer designing and not interacting with providers. And at UCLA during my graduate work, I used to go interview for the product that I was working on, needs-based. But what I experience now is I directly sit in meetings with providers. So whatever we design, it's based on their input. We make sure we survey them prior to designing the product, or prior to, you know, like, this is a pretty common thing now. It's not just Stanford doing it or just institutions doing it. What you said, Intuitive now sends engineers to work with you and watch you while the AI is also analyzing all your information. I still don't think we are where we should be because of the two things that you mentioned, security and Medicine's a little difficult. You have to convince the patient and the provider. Provider wants money, patient wants security and trust, right? The reimbursement, which you will get to. But I think those challenges complicate things a little more in medicine when it comes to med devices, digital health, AI in medicine and biosciences. But I do think that providers are difficult to convince to do it unless you work with them and you actually understand, which is good because you understand their workflow and then you make sure that what you built is not so out of touch and it's something that you're gonna, like the usability is gonna be there down the line.
Z, what's your input here?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. If you look at, let's say, what people's PhDs were made out of, let's say 10, 15 or 20 years ago, people would spend 4 years in analyzing images to come up with their response and their hypotheses. Now you can feed those images into computer vision AI that you get from your microscope, and it will give you the answers in just a couple of hours. And that's quite fascinating. So in the world of research in particular, AI is being utilized more and more. We see it in our day-to-day operations with our customers. We see a lot of laboratories that are building their own LLMs, large language models on the data that they collect. In some ways they are reinventing the wheel a little bit, but that's a different story. But it's very clear that even though there is a lot of hesitancy, people are very excited, and the more forward thinking and the more modern laboratories are spending a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money in developing data scientists, computational biologists, bioinformaticians that have experience with AI to be part of the core team. Because traditionally you would collect all of this data, you would send it to a CRO to do the analysis for you, give you the answers, and then you would pivot your research or your work into a particular direction and go that way. And it would take you 3 years for you to make these major decisions for a pharma or biotech company. Now you can make those decisions every 6 months to a year because of these technologies that are available to you. And so now the question becomes, what kind of culture do you have within your company? And I think that's something that doesn't get discussed as much as it should be, because the focus is always on the technology and kind of like the hypothetical idea of what the technology can do. But on day-to-day basis, do you have a culture in your lab, in your laboratory that is willing to be very on top of their data, very structured, very standardized? And if you develop that kind of culture, then the AI that you will bring in, then you would tend to trust it more. But if you know that John Smith on the left always forgets to update the Excel and then uploads an Excel on a Friday, evening before they sign off with mistakes in it, then you're definitely going to mistrust the responses that you'll get from AI. So I think just to summarize, I think there's definitely the hesitancy that we see, but within that hesitancy, within that overall landscape of this kind of this caution that people have, we also have these trailblazers that are really pushing for innovation using AI, and it's incredible to see. I'm personally very excited for it.
Thank you, Z. Thank you, Z, for joining us from Boston. Thank you, everyone, my fellow panelists, for this conversation. Unfortunately, time is not elastic, and we are not getting to discuss a couple other points we were thinking to. I hope maybe AI can solve the time elasticity problem in the future. Yeah, thank you.
So, questions from the audience?
We have time for that, I thought.
Well, we're going to use a little bit of the break time for it, so I want to give the opportunity for the audience. Sure, yeah, questions.
It's particularly from the surgeons. Where do you see the AI in a surgery room in a future? What is the future of AI in the surgery room?
I think with a lot of the, at least for cancer surgery, with a lot of the recognition or the capabilities of AI to recognize abnormality. Currently, let's say if we're removing a breast cancer and it's very close to where we've cut, we'll take a little sample of what we've cut and we'll send it downstairs to the pathologist, and the pathologist will cut it up and look at it under a microscope and tell us, hey, your margin is clear, or no, you got to go wider. I think with the combination of the molecular genetics and the identifying factors of a tumor, we will likely be able to inject, let's say, an antibody into the patient that's going to light up all the tumor cells. And when we're on the robot, the AI is going to tell us where all those tumor cells are specifically sitting, and we'll be able to get a negative margin live with the patient instead of cutting it out and sending it down. I think there's going to be more and more utility of AI. How far is that? It's not that far. It's not that far. I would say probably within 10.
Okay, any other questions? Reminder to our Zoom audience, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you.
Thank you. My question is not just this panel, but the whole conference. We're talking about the AI. Has anybody been exposed to QAI, quantum AI?
Not exposed to, but explored more, I should say. I think it's very raw in this stage yet for application purposes, but like quantum computing and quantum chemistry is something that's at least for us, something that we started testing the waters.
One more question. Okay. That ends the Q&A session. Thank you very much, panel.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you guys. We're gonna take a very brief short break. We'll be back at about 10 minutes or so. So you guys can get up, stretch a little bit, and then we'll resume in literally 10 minutes. All right? Thank you. Let's take a picture with these guys.
They took
Oh, that's good. That's fine. As long as we got all. No, I'm fine.
Please, okay, we're being recorded too. Thank you so much for AESA for the opportunity to discuss aerospace and aerospace engineering today. This is the second conference that AESA is organizing in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And on my behalf, I'd like to congratulate AESA for their efforts. I hope that this is going to continue. I am here joined by my distinguished colleagues, Dr. Ann Karaguzian and Dr. Artur Davoyan. They're both from UCLA and their specialties is in aerospace. Aerospace is a multidisciplinary enterprise, basically, right? There are so many different disciplines, starting from basic engineering and sciences all the way to systems engineering, who you ask different people what it means and you get different answers. So in aerospace engineering, these days, there are so many different trends and new frontiers and new technologies that are being explored. And the purpose of today's panel is, without bringing it to too much detail, we'd like to touch upon some of these trends and understand what's happening in today's world. So I'd like to open with, oh, by the way, I'm not going to introduce our distinguished panelists. I think their bios are in the brochure, so you can definitely read through them. They're actually quite elaborate biography there. So today's aerospace is basically pushing humanity to a new, I would say, era of exploration, which, according to the estimates this year, the space economy has reached approximately $560 billion. And next couple of years, we're expecting to reach approximately $800 billion. The old space, so to speak, which was monopolized by a few governments, United States, Russia, Europeans, even China, is losing its grip in terms of the government sort of monopoly and also their military aspect of it, which nobody usually talks about those, the military aspect of it. These days, there are so many different companies and startups which are developing technologies in aerospace enabled by companies such as SpaceX and Amazon's Blue Origin, who are giving the opportunity for these startups to basically launch their satellites, Earth observation satellites, deep space satellites, even cube satellites, which I'm sure you guys have heard, into space. So the new space is becoming global, and it's becoming accessible, and it's becoming very competitive. I would like to open today's panel by asking our panelists today, what do they see in terms of trends in this so-called new space? How do they compare new space with the traditional space? And what are the opportunities that they see in terms of technology development, science exploration, policy even, and any other areas that they would like to comment on new space versus traditional space?
I can say a few things and you can say a few things. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just mention that I'm a professor in the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at UCLA. So is Dr. Artur Davoyan. We are the only two Armenians in the department, if not the engineering school, but this is completely a coincidence. There were supposed to be others from other places here. So if you talk about space, the space component of aerospace engineering, which also includes the aeronautics, but if you focus on space, yes, in the United States and worldwide, there has been a tremendous transformation, as Richard indicated, even just in the launch arena. So 15 or so years ago, when there were space launches, where there were rocket launches in the United States, typically they were done by an entity called ULA, United Launch Alliance. And this was a series of different types of rocket systems that had been developed with significant government oversight and involvement in the design with the major contractors. And the number of launches in the US typically would be about maybe a dozen a year. But after that period, there began to be development of other companies, and many of them failed, but a few of them have succeeded. The most visible of which is the SpaceX company, Space Exploration. They have the Falcon 9 launch vehicle, the Falcon Heavy now. They now are able to launch not only satellites into low Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit, they launch human beings to go to the International Space Station, and they launch national security missions for the United States government. And they, so far this year, I think, have launched on the order of 60 some rocket, launches. In many cases, in almost all cases, I believe, they recover the first stage and reuse it. So that can save money overall. So it's a different paradigm. And then there are the others, Blue Origin. There is a company, so Blue Origin is affiliated with, it was started by Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. There's also a company based in New Zealand called Rocket Lab. They do a lot of launches. So now there are all these entities that are not officially government affiliated, but the government purchases the launches from these companies. So it's a different paradigm in the United States. And in contrast, some countries are also moving in this direction to an extent, but not nearly as much as in the United States. And some countries such as India are now investing quite significantly in launch, in space exploration. You may have heard about the successful landing of the Indian spacecraft on the moon just in August, just a few days after the Russian spacecraft crashed on them. So, I mean, we now see really a change in the players and in the nature of the system. I can say more, but let me turn it over to Artur as well.
Thanks, Anne, and thanks, Richard, and thanks to the AESA for organizing this panel. Certainly, there is a big shift in the trends, the way the space is being utilized and explored. So if 20, 30 years ago, we had mostly government entities like Russia, China, Russia and US actually mostly, and then China stepped in and Japan stepped in, India as well. I think what happened is that in US, there was at some point, I don't know who and how, but there was decision that we should outsource it to private entities. That's what Anne, you were mentioning, is that we got like SpaceX and Blue Origin. They are obviously private and independent companies, but initially they have been heavily collaborating, I would say, with the government, with NASA essentially, getting contracts from NASA to launch different entities. That helped to make things faster and move things faster, because like the way the government is operating, which is absolutely great, and we didn't have any big major failures in recent years, so that's very the risks are really well estimated and taken. But because of that, the cost of the missions, the cost of launch, and the cost of running things is going a little bit up, and that becomes a little bureaucratic. So by outsourcing to private companies, what we have seen is that now we get companies that can where the failure is an option, and that's what we are seeing with SpaceX when they're trying to launch something and it doesn't work, and it's still fine. It's absolutely well perceived, and then we are hoping for new kind of experiments and new tests, and that allowed to try new abilities, new capabilities, and that has driven the market and the way things work quite extensively and quite a bit. So now we see that launch cost is going down. So there has been shift in this idea of what the government is doing, the roles between the government and the private entities in the United States, and that has also driven the way the global market is working. So I've seen number of launches between Russia and US, and Russian launches, they were quite popular. I think they had significant market share. US assets were launched with Russian launch vehicles. Like, 10 years ago, it was, I think, about 50%, maybe even more. Now it's close to zero, essentially. And not only because of these tensions that are in there, but just because the cost of the launch is so high, and SpaceX is providing very low launch cost. But going further into the orbit, what it means is that lower launch cost provides opportunities for smaller private entities, smaller countries, and smaller governments, and smaller, individuals, essentially, like with fewer budgets smaller budgets to get quicker and easier access to space. So not only SpaceX is launching a lot of assets there that, Starlink with many satellites, but also, individuals, they can have access to CubeSats, and essentially we see a lot of opportunities and capabilities on low Earth orbit. In terms of governments, I think what has happened is that they are going further away to the moon, something that is not yet commercially viable, but we see a lot of exploration around the moon. That's the Indian mission that we've seen. That's United States Artemis program. And that's the Russians were trying to do that, to go there. Chinese were very successful going on the backside of the moon. So all of these things. So basically, the government is going a little further out, and the low Earth orbit is being taken by the commercial entities.
Question I'm sure audience is going to ask why that's the case. What is low Earth orbit? Let me define that. So usually when this orbit that we say, or this spectrum that we say LEO, low Earth orbit, is approximately 400 to approximately 1,000 kilometer. That's the LEO, and then there's MEO, medium Earth orbit, and then there's geostationary. So your GPS basically phone or the GPS function on your phone is being controlled by geostationary satellites, which are 30,000-40,000 kilometers away from the surface of the Earth. So the question is that this trend that we see is enabled by what kind of technology advances that we see. I give you an example. The sort of smart handheld devices, your cell phones and everything, these were enabled by the chip revolution, which started in early, I would say 2000 or even late 90s. And then all of a sudden, everybody's using smartphones, right? These are the things that you cannot live without them these days. But what is enabling the new space technology explosion, so to speak, and how is it being developed in different parts of the world? Any comment on that?
Well, I mean, this is a really broad question, because if you talk about satellite systems, if you talk about communication satellites and so forth, there are sensors, advanced sensors that are developed. There are advanced propulsion systems that enable these satellites to operate for much longer periods of time, fairly robustly. One typically does not use chemical propulsion any longer in satellites. You use electric propulsion. Perhaps in the future, they'll use more far out concepts like the ones that Artur is developing. So there are many of the technologies we use on Earth are relevant there. There's, radiation protection. In the launch arena, actually, it is the robustness of a repeatable process that's not as, let's say, technologically sophisticated as some kinds of rocket systems, such as oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle rockets, such as even that developed for the space shuttle main engine. They are more traditional kinds of liquid rocket systems, but that can be used over and over again in a robust system. And you have many of them. I'm talking in this case about the Falcon 9, which has 9 engines, or the Falcon Heavy, which has 27 engines, right? You can maybe afford to lose 1 or 2, and the whole system will still work robustly. So in some cases, it's new technologies, new components, and in other cases, it's just thinking out of the box a little bit more extensively. But it's hard. We've talked about other startup sorts of companies. I mean, at this stage, there are a few companies that are into what's called space tourism, where you have a launch, you take individuals who typically have paid a lot of money to go to the edge of space, be weightless for maybe 4 or 5 minutes and come back. But they typically don't do a lot of LEO types of launches. In fact, really it's SpaceX and Rocket Lab that have been the most successful of that category of company.
Yeah, on top of that, I think that what I would add is that what we talked about is that the launch cost is going down, which allows to put more satellites, basically mass dollar per mass that you put on the low Earth orbit becomes smaller, and that allows you to have satellites that you can risk with. So if before it was so expensive that you would really care about your satellite and the cost of the satellite to make sure that it wouldn't fail. And so now it's okay if satellite fails and so on. The only thing that you would want to care about is that it deorbits at a certain time. Just as an example, I think if I'm not mistaken, Starlink, one of the satellites, it costs around $100,000. It's a very low cost asset in that sense. And if we are talking about geostationary orbit, where you do need to care about, risk, and you need to make sure that it works and operates for a long time and so on, the cost of the satellites is typically close to hundreds of millions of dollars, and close to billions of dollars. So it's like very, very big, dramatic difference between the costs in here and there. And this low cost is driven by two things. The one is the launch cost that is going down. And the second one, what Richard has mentioned, that we have all of this technology like satellites, cameras, sensors, and all of that. So basically, it's very cheap to build spacecraft right now, especially with the global economy. You can just outsource things, and you don't need to have a workshop here. You can just collect and assemble everything somewhere, and then you have the spacecraft, and then you can launch it.
I'm gonna not use the microphone. I think everybody. So, oh yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, sorry. Apologies. One major trend, which is also enabling this transformation, is the usage of so-called radiation tolerant as opposed to radiation hardened electronics. Space is hard because your electronics is not going to survive on the surface of Mars or Moon because of the radiation effect, and also because of the temperature cycle that space is usually becoming very cold and very hot. So the radiation tolerant, or the so-called the electronics that goes in your car, these days we can build satellites that go on low Earth orbit missions, and these are variety of technologies or variety of satellites missions, such as Internet of Things, communication. For example, data is being backhauled, transitioned to a satellite coming back, and Earth observation, all sorts of imagery and data processing with synthesis aperture radars, for example, which you can literally buy the data online these days. That's another big trend that's happening. All of this is being enabled by cheap electronics or cheaper electronics, which you can buy and basically just test it. And test it to the extent that you show the thing works. Usually the cost of developing a spacecraft, the cost of developing the rovers that go on Mars are in the order of, let's say, $2.5 billion, because the test campaign is very extensive. For the these LEO satellites or the CUBE satellites, small satellites, you don't test them that long. You don't test them that extensively. And that also brings down the entire cost of development for a satellite. So all of these different trends, so to speak, these days, which actually enables even a university club to put together a small cube of satellite, we call them CubeSats, and make them operational in less than a year, is making space accessible. So these are some of the trends that I wanted to touch upon. Another question I'd like to ask our panelists today. There are the traditional space players, the NASA, JPL, all the NASA centers, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, all these big companies, which are, thousands of people, up to hundreds of thousands of people. The culture and the way that they operate is sort of very entrenched, very established, very hierarchical. If you go to a space startup, it's a flat organization, usually maybe even a couple of hundred people. And the culture in terms of that designing a spacecraft and developing a spacecraft is very different. My question is, can these two trends, these two cultures actually collaborate with each other and obviously do more? Is that something that our panelists can?
I think they are kind of naturally integrated into each other. It's not that they're separate. All these small startups, they survive on subcontract-based, funding, which is, supporting Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, or JPL. So it's not like, completely independent entity. Of course, they are doing some independent work as well, but it's not that that a big of market for them to do completely independent work. So they are integrated in that sense.
Yeah, I suspect, I mean, they have to work together to an extent, but all the organizations you just mentioned, Richard, are actually pretty different from one another themselves. The NASA centers, there are maybe on the order of a dozen NASA centers in this country, typically operate under the civil service system. They have different foci at the different centers. JPL is actually unique in that it's a government-owned contractor operated. Caltech runs JPL, and it operates. The climate there is a bit different from that at other NASA centers. The NASA centers, I think, are more similar to the Department of Defense and Department of Energy laboratories that have a system around this country as well. The Air Force Research Lab, the Army Research Lab, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, and so forth. But the companies also operate differently. They are the contractors. And as Artur mentioned, they rely on subcontractors to be able to provide expertise that they may not have in-house. So yeah, the larger organizations have typically a more entrenched culture. And when young people join such organizations, they are inculcated with that kind of culture. It's really different if you were to join, if you are in college right now or in graduate school, if you were to join a smaller company, where typically they don't have just a group that is focused in one particular subcomponent, but you may be asked to do a whole bunch of different things because they don't have, you know, that many people to focus on all aspects of a vehicle or a system. But they all must work together for whatever the ultimate goal is.
Okay, let's switch gears and talk about launch vehicles. Any new technological advancements, new trends that you can mention in launch vehicle area? One that I was working in this company, and the idea was they wanted to integrate basically the smarts of the satellite into the launch system and try to make it smarter. That was one idea, but in general, as Artur mentioned, the cost of launch is dropping, and obviously there are some enablers in terms of propulsion, for example, or avionics or other domains that are enabling that process or that trend. Any comments there?
I'll defer to Anne, I guess.
So in the launch arena, so we're talking about launch of a rocket from the surface of the Earth in contrast to the propulsion system that would be on the satellite, where you don't need very high thrust at all. You need efficiency, and that's more in the kind of line of work that Artur works in. So for launch, it's chemical propulsion. It's fuel and oxidizer. It might be liquid, typically solid rocket boosters to assist with additional thrust, possibly hybrid. Actually, the innovations in the launch kinds of rocket systems have not been extensive, I would say, over the last 30 or 40 years. You know, there have been gains in certain areas in efficiency in the so-called ISP, specific impulse. There has been a movement toward greener, so-called greener types of propellants that might not have exhaust that would do damage to the atmosphere, and that's certainly very important. But actually, among the more successful systems are more traditionally designed kinds of rockets, but where there is a great deal of robust testing extensively. And as Artur alluded to earlier, not viewing a failure or some kind of catastrophe as being, you know, the end. You know, they say, okay, we need to learn from this failure. This is something you learn in life as well as in technology. If something doesn't work, you test over and over, you try to figure out what has gone wrong and what can we do to avoid this problem in the future. So, you know, there are definitely new players today, but there were new players who tried new systems 20, 25 years ago that were quite novel, using even rotary kinds of blades to, you know, to provide lift. None of them really made it to the next level to become a big player, except for the ones that used more traditional systems.
I would just add on top of that that we see traditional systems aided with new controls. That's what allowed the boosters come back, right? So, and which is computational power in the end of the day, and algorithms, as well as new materials. I think the first talk today was alluding to that. New materials that can survive at higher temperatures, you know, lighter weight and all of that. That these are two factors that are driving all that.
Right, and the reusability, as you mean. I mean, bringing back a stage of the rocket, the first stage, back to the surface of the Earth, to the launch range, let alone to a barge out at sea, that is really difficult to do. And that's quite an impressive achievement. So yes, absolutely. The control systems, the exquisite degree of control that is required, that's really been a game changer.
Let's switch gears. How do one become an aerospace engineer? Where do we start? If somebody's interested in that field, aerospace engineering is such a diverse discipline that you can start from, you know, any discipline literally and get into the so-called aerospace engineering. What are some of the educational aspects of aerospace engineering? With that question, I would also like to start talking about Armenia and what happens in Armenia in terms of aerospace engineering and also the educational aspects there.
So if you are interested, if you're a high school student or even junior high school or middle school student and you like math, even if you have not had much physics or even chemistry, engineering might be the field for you. Math is the foundation of most engineering subjects. And so if one is interested in math, and I would say in physics, and you're interested in rockets, satellites, or something we have not spoken about yet, aircraft, airplanes, unmanned aerial systems, or UAS or UAVs, then aerospace engineering would be a good field for you. And there are foundational subjects to the study of aerospace engineering, physics, chemistry, mathematics, material science, controls. But then you begin to study subjects such as fluid mechanics, solid mechanics, structures, control systems. These are all foundational to the study of aerospace engineering.
Yeah, I guess I would just, yeah, absolutely right. So math is absolutely important. And I think the key that makes, in my view, good aerospace engineer is the problem solving. So instead of like regular engineer that works, for example, on an antenna only and is capable of doing radiation patterns on antenna design, aerospace engineer is capable of connecting dots together in a way that the thing works. So it's like systems engineering, thinking in systems level, and being able to bring people together to solve a given problem. That's absolutely essential. And that's a soft skill. It's not something that, you know, you need to be very good at math or physics to do that. And you can be absolutely fantastic and genius in all of these subjects, but you still can be very bad at problem solving.
So in the Republic of Armenia at present, I am somewhat aware of the educational, the university system there. As was maybe in my bio, I'm the director of UCLA's Promise Armenian Institute, but I've also been a board member at the American University of Armenia for a number of years, and I have visited other universities there. To my knowledge, there is no bachelor's degree program in the Republic of Armenia in aerospace engineering. They have just started one master's level program, I understand, affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences in the Republic of Armenia and Engineering City, and they are looking potentially to start another master's program. But the question is, who will be the students who enroll in such programs if they do not have a bachelor's degree? There are certain subjects you can't just pick up on your own by reading a book. And so one very ripe area, shall we say, for development is an aerospace program. And this is something that the Armenian Society of Fellows is looking into quite actively. I don't know if you've heard about this relatively new organization. They have different areas of scholarly and technical and business development that they are exploring, and aerospace engineering is one of them. So there is the potential there. Both on the aeronautics side, I would say almost more logically, perhaps on the aeronautics side, but also on the space side of things. If a student in Armenia has a background in physics or in mechanical engineering, which has a lot of overlapping subjects to aerospace engineering, they might have a proper background to study this subject, aerospace engineering, at the graduate level. This happens all the time at UCLA. We have people who have a bachelor's degree in physics who then go on to get a master's and PhD in aerospace engineering. But there are certain classes, I wouldn't call them remedial exactly, but they're just foundational classes that they haven't been given the opportunity to take. But I think it's a subject that is ripe for development. The time is now. It's overdue, actually.
I absolutely agree with that. I don't know the status of how things work there, so absolutely I cannot comment on that. But I think one thing that we can use, Armenia can use, is the fact that it's so low cost these days to build this CubeSat and launch it. I mean, obviously it requires some funding and some threshold, but the cost is going down, and pretty much everyone can just buy components, assemble things. As we discussed, universities are doing that. So that gives a lot of opportunities for companies, universities inside smaller countries like Armenia to get access to space, and we should use it.
In fact, last year, Armenia contracted a Spanish company, and the first Armenian satellite, so-called, if we can call it the Armenian satellite, was launched last year. It has an optical payload resolution of, I think, 5 meters or something, and it's being operated right now in space. So Armenia country currently has actually a spacecraft in, I believe it's actually a LEO orbit. Yes, it is a LEO orbit. In, I think early next year, if I'm not mistaken, on Transponder 10, SpaceX's Transponder 10, a small CubeSat, which is being right now, they actually delivered it. It was in Spain or Netherlands a few days ago, and one of my friends is actually working on it. There's this nonprofit organization called AESA, which developed this CubeSat, and it's called AESA Make 1, and it is going to fly on Transponder 10 mission. So that's a homegrown organization, a few engineers who worked on this CubeSat, and we'll see if it's going to work or not, but hopefully it's going to work. It doesn't have a payload, I believe. There are some avionics on it, some power systems and radios, and I believe there's an IMU on it, but that's pretty much it. So you start from there. I mean, that's the process, right? We start small and we take baby steps, and then next thing we know, 10 years from now, we have a robust ecosystem in Armenia that can design and develop space technologies. And in the universities, hopefully, we're going to have aerospace engineering as well. Anything else on the Armenia side we want to add? Okay.
I mean, again, we've been focusing on space and launch and spacecraft, but there's this whole other component of aerospace engineering called aeronautics, and that involves air vehicles. And this is also something that has become very cheap in terms of unmanned systems, tiny little drones, medium-sized drones, and so forth. And these actually don't have particularly sophisticated technologies associated with them. There is, obviously sensing capabilities, controlled capabilities. Professor Hovagimian earlier today talked about, the very complex unsteady aerodynamics that would be associated with an aircraft that require exquisite control. But in this sense, this is also an area that could be very much enhanced. I know that there are companies in Armenia that have been developed. And again, they need to have in-country workers that have the expertise, a robust background to be able to contribute in that field.
Absolutely, thank you, Anne. This is a good segue to actually switch gears and talk about AVs and UASs. I'm sure everybody either flied a drone before or seen a drone before, so it's becoming a common sort of household item these days. And we see a lot of different technological developments and even business opportunities, enterprises built around drone technologies, from taking photography and videos of people's weddings all the way to different things. So any trends, any new technological or even enterprise trends that you folks wanted to discuss in that area?
It's not my topic, so.
He's more of a space guy. So what I can say is there are tremendous benefits that could be derived from having more robust development, as well as involvement of UAVs in the Republic of Armenia. There are a number of environmental problems, as perhaps many of you are aware, pollutants. This kind of vehicle platform that could be used for sensing the earth, the water, the degree of salinity even can be determined using these platforms for basically surveilling the country. And so there is a great deal of benefit that could be derived from having in-house capabilities, in-house development of air vehicles, of UAVs, but or being able to purchase them, but in a wise way, having a background that would enable you to be a smart buyer. So lots of potential, I would say. And otherwise to be able to engage. One more thing I've only heard sort of tangentially about is the civil aviation administration in the Republic of Armenia having greater expertise in that field and being able to work with other countries, certainly for humanitarian aid, and certainly to make that kind of system much more robust, also could benefit from advances in aerospace engineering, but the aeronautics side in the country.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but when was this? Probably, I think last year. I visited Americana with my family, and in Cadillac, I think was showing this air taxi, and they're developing this air taxi. And maybe 10 years from now, all of us are gonna fly here actually with our own air taxis. Any particular policy related thing you want to add there, Anne?
Well, air traffic control is complicated enough, so I can only imagine how challenging it would be if you had sort of personal aviation, which is what that is. But I don't really have much to comment on that. Not much expertise in that.
Thank you. My dear friend Ron is saying that time is up. Let's ask for some questions. Right, opening up the floor to questions. Reminder to our Zoom participants, if you have a question, please press on the raise hand button and I will acknowledge you.
Thank you. Dr. Gozian, you mentioned the work that is being done in the engineering city, the master's program. We have two people from Yerevan with us who are the chairman of the program, and Dr. Antranik Agajanian. I see his name. Have you ever worked together to tell him what are sort of what you called foundational courses and what needs to be done so we have a quality aerospace engineers in their program?
So I personally have not. I'm engaged with the group with the Armenian Society of Fellows that is focused on aerospace engineering. I'm sure, well, perhaps they are aware of Dr. Oshin Perumian, who is the lead of our group who has investigated and feels that there are certain ways to grow aerospace engineering at the bachelor's level that would be particularly beneficial to not only the local industry, but in preparing students for a graduate level program. So I'm sure they must have been in touch with him, but I personally have not been in touch.
Any other questions? On this topic, before we go to the next question, I would like to mention that those of us who are working in aerospace, there are sensitivities that we have to be careful when we're communicating with the outside United States folks, including folks in Armenia, and I'm going to leave it to that. So that's we have to navigate those waters carefully.
I'm a little concerned, coming from the defense industry, that I hear a lot of happy talk. What are we doing to help Armenia prepare a defense against the hostile parties in that area? And in particular, with this drone technology, did this just appear in the skies of Armenia, knocking the hell out of our ground troops? Is there a defense industry in Armenia? Is there an intelligence agency in Armenia? We have everything here. How about transferring some of that over there?
Right. It's a very difficult and sensitive conversation, sir.
I guess Armenia is a sovereign country in that sense, and these things that you mentioned, they are between countries. So it's like if a country like United States is happy to transfer technologies to a country like Armenia, then sure there would be cross-pollination, and it happens. So I think what is needed is that, you know, we as people convince the government back in Armenia and back in US to do more collaboration between the two. Like, choose your allies wisely. I think that's where it goes. As for personal kind of technology transfer, I think that's an extremely sensitive topic, and certainly, you know, crossing a lot of red lines in here. It's not as easy as it sounds.
Again, I don't think we're going to grow things that are easy. We should not look for things that are easy. We should look for things that are hard and that make an impact. You know, people say Armenia has been around for 5,000 years, and yet Richard was talking about in 10 years. We may be able to travel from here to there. Richard, I'm not sure that Armenia will be around in 10 years. And by shaking your head, I see that you're sensitive to that. So I think that this happy talk has to come to an end, you know?
So we were asked to talk about aerospace engineering. This is not happy talk. This is talking about future development in the Republic of Armenia, which absolutely relates to what you are talking about, sir. But you know, when you say, what are we doing for the Republic of Armenia? Who's we, right? So, I mean, this audience of civilians, we want to contribute. Every person in this audience can contribute in some way to the Republic of Armenia, its preservation, its protection in their own special way. But we're not going to break laws, right? So, I mean, this, you know, you just have to think, who's we and what can we do? What can I do? I mean, that's the way I think about it.
There's this thing called ITAR, which is International Traffic Arms Regulation, and there's another thing called EAR. ITAR is being controlled and regulated by State Department, and EAR is being controlled and regulated by the Commerce Department. We are U.S. citizens, and we have to abide by those laws. And ITAR and EAR regulates what we can and cannot talk about to foreign entities. I am Armenian, but at the end of the day, I'm also a citizen of the United States. So in that sense, I have to adhere to the laws defined in this country. I love Armenia. I visit there, and as much as I can do, I do. But beyond that, I'm not even going to talk about it. Okay, moving on to the next question, which is on Zoom. Hagint, you may go ahead and ask your question.
Hello, this is Hagint's husband, Misak. I have a question to ask regarding the master's program in Armenia, and of course, education being very important. Is there a risk, and I'd just like to hear the panelists' opinion on this, of training folks for training them up for disappointment, because the aerospace industry in Armenia is very small and fledgling. And even in the United States, aerospace engineering isn't something that is available at every university. There isn't hundreds and thousands of people graduating with aerospace engineering degrees. Are we, the new program that's being developed in Armenia, is that going to be an opportunity for people to become trained? And yet, if they can't find a decent job in Armenia, either have to switch their career and work as a bartender or as a taxi or a GG driver, or move outside of the country where they actually can find a position that pays enough that is comparable to the degree that they've received.
Thank you so much for that question. Aerospace engineering at the bachelor's level, even though it might sound very specialized, is pretty broad-based. And at least at UCLA, our bachelor's level graduates go to work in the aerospace and defense arena, but they also get hired by automobile companies because they know about aerodynamics and reduction of drag on cars. They get hired by even oil companies because they know about fluid mechanics and how to do, oil recovery. So having a bachelor's level background in aerospace engineering, I would say, just provides someone with a series of tools, a suite of tools for problem solving. They could go into lots of different fields. So I don't think I'd be setting them up we would be setting them up for any kind of disappointment. Many students actually go into robotics. This is extremely popular. In Southern California, in this country, aerospace engineering is actually very popular and very competitive. So at UCLA, at the bachelor's level, it's extremely competitive to get into engineering overall. As a freshman, aerospace in our department last year, I don't know about this fall, but the prior fall, the admission rate was 3.7% of those who applied were admitted in aerospace engineering, and only a bit higher in mechanical, 5.7%. So these students have lots of job opportunities in this country, and I would hope that if they graduate with the same kind of background in the Republic of Armenia, they would have opportunities there, hopefully in the aerospace sector, which is beginning, but at the very least in the IT sector, because again, the mathematical tools that they learn are also relevant there. So I would hope they'd stay in country, is my answer.
If I may also add, Misak, and hi, by the way, thank you for the question. What we learn in aerospace engineering is specifically at the higher level, which is system integration and system testing, and the Baykar organization, which developed the Turkish drones, which we're all familiar with. Those guys are basically system integrator. In other words, they're buying different systems from different countries and they're integrating together, and it becomes a drone. And it does all sort of terrible things to us. So the mindset or the skills that someone learns in that system level is very much applicable to a lot of different areas. You can learn aerospace engineering and go build cars. You can learn aerospace engineering and go design, for example, the hydraulic system of a factory, because you learn how to think about systems and how to basically put them together and how to get them to work. At the end of the day, it's what my friend Arthur mentioned here. It's problem solving at the system level. And yes, if somebody's finishing in that domain, I'm sure that they can find a lot of different interesting jobs in other disciplines. Right, time for one more question, but we have to wrap up by 4 p.m. This room is booked. This is getting really entertaining. All right. Popular panel, I would say.
Real
Yeah.
quick, Misak, in Armenia, there's a big shortage of engineers. So if anybody learns any engineering, they're not going to be driving GG. That's for sure. And also, but we also have a shortage in professors teaching stuff. So question is what we can do, and there's no ITAR, nothing in that we can help Armenia to develop those undergraduate, graduate, and even PhD professors in Armenia. Because why we started with the graduate degree, because there's no one to teach the undergrads. So now that we need to develop those to teach the undergrads, but we have so much expertise here, and how we can help these guys that are doing a lot of work in Armenia to develop this program. Thank you.
That's a great one. So I can give my personal experience. I have had a recent graduate from Armenia come into my group, staying with me for 1 year, going back. And she is back in the research environment and immersed with universities and with other schools. But I know that many others are doing the same thing. So they're bringing people in, and then a lot of people coming back, as well as there is people going to Armenia to teach courses. So that's growing. What we need is more institutionalized platform for, like, basically more funding somewhere to assist that, and that has to come from somewhere. Maybe Armenian government, maybe philanthropy here. We have these programs, and they're happening. So from our end, we're doing maximum that we can, but it needs to be somehow also supported.
So yes, I mean, as Artur mentioned, our Promise Armenian Institute actually does fund postdoctoral scholars, some of whom are in the sciences and engineering, to come be trained here after the PhD, go back, and potentially they would be very well suited to teach in an Armenian university, potentially in aerospace engineering. But having homegrown individuals with a PhD, if they don't get a PhD in aerospace engineering in the Republic of Armenia, then I don't know where they would find individuals to teach. Well, I know, but to teach in the Armenian language at the graduate level in the Republic of Armenia in aerospace engineering. There, as you say, very few and far between. On the other hand, there are universities such as AUA where the education is in English. And so that would be a much easier prospect.
With that, I think we need to be cognizant of time. I'd like to appreciate our distinguished panelists, Dr. Anne Karaguzian and Dr. everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. I know there's a lot of questions. If you like, you can still come up and talk to the panelists directly, but we have to wrap up. They're gonna kick us out. So anyway, thank you all again for coming. This was again the AESA, Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America's 40th anniversary conference, scientific technical conference. There's some posters back there from students. Please take a look at that. You have some time for networking. Please feel free to network. Join us at aesa.org and look out for some more events. Thank you guys, and have a great rest of your day.
And those of you on the Zoom, thank you for joining. I wish we can continue this earlier, but we only have the room booked until 4 p.m. So with this, I thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.